should have asked Gina Grimes about that. No.
Architecture Review Commission. Welcome everyone. My name is Zachary Greco, Chair of the Commission. If you're here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. Commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. Staff will then present the staff report, and will then ask the public for comment. Following your presentation, the commissioners will be asking questions in the same order as the presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak either for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments, because 3 minutes go by very quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based upon 1, the city ordinance, chapter 27 of the city zoning code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of the Interior standards, the Historic Preservation Development Review HPDRC comments, and testimony given at this public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibilities. Owners and agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence all cell phones. At this point, I will ask my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves, starting on my right.
Ashley DeCubis, I'm an attorney.
Amber Dickerson, urban planner.
Shauna Boyd, interior designer.
Stephen Sutton, architect.
We also have with us tonight staff Ron Vila, Elaine Lund, Beverly Jewisak, and Kamaria Pettis-Mackel.
Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. This evening, we have a full agenda, so we're going to move down the agenda items. Roman number 4 is conflicts of interest and ex parte communication. With legal is Kamaria Pettis-Mackel, and she'll address the board at this time.
Good evening. I'm going to first start with a question of, have any of the commissioners had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
No.
Not I.
Thank you. Next, do any of the commissioners have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
No.
No.
Not I.
I'd like to disclose that I have an existing relationship with the law firm of which one of the applicants is employed by, and so I'd like to recuse myself from his cases today.
And is that in reference to ARC 2285, ARC 2287, and ARC 2288?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've filled out the Form 8B, and I'm going to hand it to the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking at continuations, there are none associated with tonight's agenda. At this time, everybody that wishes to testify, please stand up and raise your right hand, including staff, to be sworn in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
At this time, we're ready for the first case, and Ms. Lund will address the board.
Good evening, Commissioners. Is this on? It is? Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. The first case this evening is located at 602, East Francis Avenue in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This is part 2 of an ad valorem tax exemption application. I'm going to start off just by orienting you to the project's location here. So the site is in the Tampa Heights Historic District here. It's kind of hard to see on the screen, but this is Interstate 275 going that way, and we have where I-4 comes in and joins into 275 here. So you can see it's very close to a lot of the interstate work that's been ongoing for several years. This is the 1920s Sanborn map at the site. The house is actually the one that was located directly to the east at 604 Francis. The applicants had the responsibility of purchasing the home from the Department of Transportation and relocating it one parcel over so that it would not be in the right-of-way of the Department of Transportation. This is the present-day aerial of the site. Or maybe not quite present day because the house is actually still there in that photo, but this in green here is the location of the subject property now. And this is our file photo from 10 years ago, I guess, actually, showing the house as it existed on the lot at 604 Francis Avenue. So at this time, I have the applicant come forward and give her presentation for the tax exemption request.
Thank you. don't think it's on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Nicole Perry, one of the two owners at 602 East Francis Avenue. I'm sorry that my husband can't be here tonight. We actually just had a baby a week ago, so he is in the car with the baby. But I want to thank you guys for hearing our case. Our process for obtaining this house and renovating it began about 2 years ago when I was driving around Tampa Heights and noticed this abandoned, obviously, you know, kind of falling apart house, but one that could be beautiful someday. So decided to figure out who owned it and came to realize that FDOT owned it and they would be selling it at auction. So we first won it at auction and then had to go through the process of picking it up and moving it to the lot next door, which was a bigger headache than I thought it might be, but it was definitely a lot to that process. But those are just some pictures from when we took it over. So the picture Elaine had was obviously, you know, before it kind of got very run down. And when we took it over, obviously you can see that the exterior was pretty dilapidated, and the interior, you know, had a lot of termite damage and water damage as well. So I want to go through some pictures of what the house looks like now. So we picked it up, moved it, and then renovated it over, I don't know, it was like from July of last year to finally got to move in May of this year. So here's the front of the house, front side. And then we also added a 2-story carriage house to the back and kind of improved the back profile of the house with a time period appropriate back porch. And we kept all of the original windows, window sizes. I mean, the original windows had already been replaced with vinyl equivalent. So we replaced them with the double hung wood windows, and anywhere, like you can see, you know, this little picture window, any of the original charming characteristics of the time period we tried to keep. Here are some pictures of what the house looks like now on the outside. The front porch had to be rebuilt. It was one of the worst parts of how the house had, you know, kind of rotted away. We kept the original front door and just replaced the glass, which had been busted out. And then the back side of the house, you can see, has a little bit different of a profile now. We added on like 400 square feet to this side over here. The line down the back kind of delineates the new side and then the old on the other side. We tried to keep as much as we could from the original. We even, this is, sorry, not a very good picture, but we even went and got the bricks from the old piers, and we're using them as like walkways. We've been chiseling away at them, trying to preserve them and use them in some way that we can. We also did brick facade piers on the house, and there's a picture of that. In the interior, here is a picture of when you walk in the house. We originally were going to take out this wall completely, but then we decided we wanted to maintain more of the historic accuracy of the house, so we kind of just opened it up a little bit, but kept the, you know, redid the original moldings and trim. Here's another picture of, sorry. Another picture of the living room with the original fireplace, which we have not opened up yet, but we plan to. But we did redo like the wood on it to any wood that was rotted or termite damaged. This is a picture of the original master, which is now our master. Again, we just redid the trim and chair rail as necessary. Tried to incorporate, this wasn't originally in the house, but I found a clawfoot tub to kind of tie into the time period. And then here are a couple of pictures of our kitchen. We kept the original chimney, or cooking chimney, I guess. It's not usable, but we kept it for historic reasons, and then tried to use, time appropriate floor tile as well. In the rest of the house, we used wood floor that's 2 1/4 inch to again go with the time period of the house and the style that was used then. Any doors that we could save, we basically redid and use them as we could. And any that on the new side of the house, we again use this four panel look. Here are just a couple more pictures of, that's the master bathroom, a little bit more of it, and then again the living room with the original big windows there. In the laundry room area, we kept the beadboard, which was original to the house, and just replaced it if it was any of it that was rotted away. And then here is the back porch of the house, which we used beadboard on the ceiling, and we kept the windows in the kitchen in the same spot as they were before, and just made the porch a little bit bigger. And here is a view of the back hallway, which again, we decided against opening it up completely. We feel that the hallway kind of is more in line with the time period, and we wanted to keep it as close to original as possible. And we also tried to use lighting that was in line with the time period, like wall lanterns. We didn't really use any recessed lighting in the house either. And that is all I have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Elaine Lund again, Historic Preservation staff. For the staff report for this application, I just want to go over a few things about the ad valorem Historic Preservation Tax Exemption Program. The intent of this program was to provide an incentive for property owners to rehabilitate their buildings rather than tear them down and try to build something new or just leave them vacant for an undetermined amount of time. So the on this site, back in, let's see, okay. Back in January of 2019, the board approved the part 1 of this exemption, which some of you may have been here for that. And after the building was relocated, the Historic Preservation Commission redesignated the structure as contributing to the Tampa Heights Historic District, and that's important to be able to go through the, to receive the ad valorem exemption. And then, oh, sorry, my timeline was off there. It was October 2019 when the first part of this application was heard. So the historic preservation ad valorem tax exemptions are evaluated according to the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation. This program is a little different from what you usually see in that both the interior and the exterior are reviewed by the board. The exterior, of course, was, as the project was ongoing, was inspected weekly by the historic preservation inspector who works in our division. And we, as staff, I worked closely with the owners as well while they were going through the process here. So in their staff report, you'll see, I think on page 4, that I did include some of the information about the recommendations for rehabilitating, the guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings on the exterior. That was all part of what we looked at every week while they were working on this project. On the bottom of page 3 begins the guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings for the building interior, the spaces, features, and finishes. So these guidelines talk a lot about not only the particular features and finishes on the interior and how they are important to defining the character of the historic building, but also about the use of space in the building and the arrangement and sequence of the spaces. And I think that the applicants did a very nice job of maintaining the original floor plan to the house. So with that, I'm available if you have questions. But
Thank you. At this point, we'll open the public hearing to any public comment. If anyone would like to speak, seeing and hearing none, we will now move to the commissioners asking questions. Commissioner Sutton, would you like to begin?
I have no question.
I have no questions. None.
Okay. Well, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for a rebuttal to anything that has been said. Okay. At this point, we'll be closing the public hearing, and now the commissioners will discuss the case or a motion can be made.
I move to approve the ad valorem tax exemption application, Part 2, for the plans presented at this public hearing in case number ARC T20-01 for the property located at 602 East Francis Avenue for the rehabilitation of this property because based upon the finding of facts in the record, the proposed project is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks. And congratulations.
all right, Commissioners, the second item on the agenda this evening is ARC 2290 at 5506 North Seminole Avenue. Go through the photo essay here for you and then have the applicant come forward for his presentation. So this is the 1920s Sanborn map. We have Seminole Avenue here in the center, and you can see the subject property here in green. This is Central Avenue to the east, and Florida Avenue would be off the screen. This is the present day aerial of the site, located here. Got Seminole Avenue here and Comanche to the north and Mohawk Avenue to the south. So this is the front of the subject site. We're facing west. Just looking down the driveway from the street. This is a shot showing a bit of the north side of the house here. And in this photo, you can see the south side of the house and it's a bump out in the second story above. I believe that's a Camelback bungalow in that particular configuration. So let's see, we have a few details to show here. You can see the brackets, knee brackets supporting the roof, the open vent, the nice detailing on the porch being there. And then we also have a photo of some of the other features on the porch. There's this series of windows. I believe these are casements on the outside, and the center one may or may not be operable, but typically could be fixed or could open. So moving around the house here, we have, this is the structure abutting to the south, and then the property to the north. This is looking across Seminole to the east, directly across the street. And just a shot looking north on Seminole and a shot looking south on Seminole. This is the view from the alley. You see there's an existing accessory structure in the back there. And then just quickly here, we have one photo of the rear of the property looking at it from the alley. So at this time, I have the applicant make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Dobbs with Florida Design Studio, 5502 North Cherokee Avenue. I'm the agent on this project. One of the homeowners is here. They're a young, growing family, and they have an existing accessory structure that is fairly small. It's fairly dilapidated, and it's not very useful, and certainly will not fit a car or anything. So their primary program was that they needed to, or wanted to do a new accessory building that would accommodate one car on the ground floor, obviously, and then plus some additional living space, maybe like a pool cabana for a future pool or something like that, a ground floor bathroom. They wanted to have an interior stair. That was a challenge because it uses up so much interior area, so that kind of had an impact on the design, which you'll see. And then second floor living space, that they'll use for in-laws and people like that. So the first thing is to sort of look at the site. I'm going to start by just showing the survey. I'm going to switch microphones too, if that's all right. Okay. So as you can see, this is the existing house. This is the existing shed. There's a fairly large pecan tree here, and then there's another tree here. Both of these trees are going to be removed. A couple of the challenges on this property is vehicular access. I think you might have seen in the photographs how tight this is. And most of these houses in Seminole Heights, typically they're oriented to one side of the property or the other to accommodate a driveway that goes back to an accessory building. So it's really not clear which is the side that we'd have a driveway continue all the way to the back. But another common pattern in the neighborhood is to have accessory buildings accessed from the alley and not even have a driveway. So this is just going to all remain as is. It's not within the scope of the work, but we designed the accessory structure to accommodate a vehicle off the alley and to accommodate the turning or maneuvering that you have for an automobile. That sort of had an effect on the orientation of the building. And also there's an accessory structure right here and there's not one here, so naturally, this is where the building is best oriented. So maybe if y'all could zoom in a little bit on the site plan, since it's fairly small. So the way that we accommodated vehicular access, which was one of the important sort of functional aspects of this, was how to get into the garage. So basically you come in and there's a fairly wide opening here that could accommodate maybe a future horizontal sliding gate. A similar arrangement was approved by this board on another project I worked on probably a couple of years ago that's just a block away. Transportation had some concerns about maneuverability. The little orange area is kind of like an auto turn that shows the maneuvering of a car to show that that will work. I'm going to go to a little larger plan. So maybe if the camera can zoom back out again. So you can see here we have basically 19-foot wide, so a car can kind of come in this way and then back out. So that's why the driveway goes like that. The building is set 3 feet off the alley, and it's set 7 feet off of this property line, which is not the historic pattern, but it is what's required by the zoning district of SHRS. If this building has a vehicle, it's required to be 7 feet from the property line. It's very common now. Everybody just goes and gets a design exception. So, what we're doing is we're proposing it at 7 feet, and then at the end I was going to conclude and talk about the design exception a little bit more because I didn't want to confuse with the board with what we're presenting here. So this part of the structure is 2-story. This is the ridge, so it has a north-south oriented gable, and then this part is 1 story. So we're sort of maxed out real close to 950 square feet. So you have the access to the building, and then from this little walkway, and then you enter this part right here, which I'll show in the floor plan. But then you enter the garage here. Other functional things like the air conditioning unit is over here. The bathroom is actually back here, so we have a little landing there for the exterior door. Sort of talk about the floor plan a little bit more. You can kind of see that this is the downstairs living area, small bathroom, and the stairs. The way the stairs work is the door is entered here, so you're coming in straight and it comes around. So this really is just a covered entry to enter the garage or go to the upstairs. And then the garage is 12 feet wide plus some additional space underneath the stairs. And then the second floor, you can see this is a simple rectangle with a north-south gable, and then this is the 1-story roof that goes the full width here, and then that's where the porch right here is within the main, so it's like an incised sort of porch, and then the porch just sort of turns and returns here. The best resolution was really just to do sort of a hip roof instead of a shed roof. It fit better with architecture and design, and you can see that in the elevations. I meant to show this picture earlier. This is looking at this is in regards to the building, the existing building location on the property. This is the south side, so you can see it's very tight there. There's a fence there. And then on the north side, this is fairly wide, but if you look beyond, the building's here. So we don't have a whole lot of clearance here for a vehicle. So the elevations, I guess I'll just start with the alley. The alley, as I said before, we have a north-south facing gable, so the alley is a very simple form of a building. We have the 3 windows up here. This is the living area here, and then there's a a kitchen area here. In the floor plan, we configured the kitchen so we could get a full height window there. And then just a small window so at least we get some natural light in the garage. And then this elevation is the south elevation. These are the two small windows. This is in the kitchen, so it's counter height to the sill, and then this is a small window in the bathroom, so you have a nice simple symmetry there. The slope of the roof matches the slope of the house. The knee braces we have are just like the house. You'll note that we deliberately did not do the vented gable. This gable was much smaller, and it didn't look right, especially having a knee brace in the middle there, because they are functional because they carry this barge rafter or fly rafter here. And then the one story, you can see here, we have all exposed rafter tails, same overhangs that match the existing house. And then these two windows face the neighbor to the south, so they're fairly small windows that will allow furniture to be placed underneath it. And then this is the bathroom door with maybe some sort of fun design on it, but it will just be a simple flush door. The elevations that face inwards towards the house, this is the east elevation. So this upper part is very similar to the garage, but it's really just half of a window that we had up here. It's just like the upper half because we have the roof down here. And then this living space down below, we have a pair of large double hung windows. All the windows have no lights because the existing house has no lights in any divided lights in any of the windows. And then this is where the porch is. And then I think one of the staff comments was a section through here, so I have that for tonight. And then the roof sort of turns, and then that's the door to the garage. And then the north elevation is you have a panel type garage door, carriage house type garage door. You have the pair windows with the wide mullion in the middle, similar to what we have here, and also similar to what's on the existing house. All the roof details, roof pitch, all match the house. And again, you see the exposed rafter tails here. Because it is garage, we're fairly low to the ground, but then we step up 4 inches to the living space here. The typical wall section is basically a monolithic slab. That's a very simple, inexpensive foundation system, and the grade is relatively flat, so it works well. We have a 2x4 frame exterior walls with hardy lap siding, which will smooth, but the exposure will match that of the existing house. And then 10-inch floor structure. Again, because we have fairly narrow width to the second floor, we can accommodate a smaller floor thickness, which keeps the height of the building down. Which, by the way, the overall height is 21 feet to the ridge from grade. The second floor, same thing, 2x4 frame walls. These will be engineered trusses, and the top part of the truss tail or overhang will be notched down to accommodate a V-groove, tongue and groove finished soffit, and then the plywood will go over that, and then it'll be dimensional asphalt shingles on top of that. The window details, it's amazing how similar all the windows are in Seminole Heights, but there are always little subtle changes between the windows. For example, just about all the houses have a little bit of a sill extension, which we have on this house, but there's no head extension, but there is a little bit more of an elaborate crown, so we're just going to maintain that kind of detailing on the addition. The additional drawing that was not in your packet, that was in response to the staff comments, are this section at the porch. Again, 2x4 frame wall, and then you have the truss, and this is just going to be a hardy clad beam with a column, a very simple 5 by 5.25 by 5.25 finished square column, and then that support slab with a little 4-inch step down. And then this is the knee brace. It's very simple, 4x4, but what's a little bit different, which actually looks pretty good, is the diagonal is a 2x4 that's flat. A lot of these knee braces have 4x4s, but it actually looks much better. And then there's a little chamfer at the bottom, right here. Going through some of the details, this is similar to what we're doing, but it's what not to do. And I hope a lot of people that are watching this will talk to their contractors and say, do not do this. These are southern yellow pine, not pressure treated rafter tails, which normally are fine for exposed rafter tails as long as they're properly primed and painted. The problem is that's not typically done. You can see how it's painted here. You can see there's not proper coverage there. And then also another detail is the finished soffit always goes out at least 3/4 to an inch beyond the end of the rafter tail, and then that will allow the drip, the water running off the roof, to drip away from this. So you'll see so many new houses that were built with the exposed rafter tails, these within a couple of years, these are rotting away. And then also using a deeper drip sort of covers up part of your rafter tail. So that's just an important detail. The roof product that we're using is a simple dimensional asphalt shingle to match the existing house. The door to the garage, which has is sort of this design here, is a fiberglass. It's an entry door, but we're using it on the garage just so it has a little bit of detail, allows some natural light into the garage. The other door, the door that goes to the living space, is more like a sash type door, and this is it's called Plas Pro. It's a very nice door because it has a very nice simple design. The stiles and rails are well proportioned. The trim around the glass is very simple and clean, and it doesn't show in this picture, but it has a very fine wood grain. So once this is painted, you will not be able to tell the difference between it and wood. And it's important for exterior doors to be made of a product that resists all the dramatic changes in temperature and humidity that we have in Florida. The windows that we're using are Sierra Pacific. It's called an H3. It's a very good window. I've used them on most of my projects in the historic districts that I have done in the last 2 or 3 years. But it's called H3 because it's a hybrid window that takes advantage of the best uses of wood on the inside, vinyl for the jam liners, and then aluminum clad on the outside. The stiles and rails are well proportioned. In this particular window, it has a nice, very simple putty glaze instead of an ovalo or another detail like that. So there you can see, I'll turn it this way. Here's the meeting rail. So you can see the meeting rail is kind of narrow. And this is actually an impact unit here. So the house 2 doors to the north, which I did a couple years ago, has these windows in it. I do have a window sample here. I don't know if this will work, but I'll put it underneath here. I don't know if the camera can kind of zoom out, but you can see that putty glaze profile on the stiles and rails. The profile panning, the depth of where this sash sits back from the face of the window is deep, which is the way windows were traditionally. Another couple finish elements are the light fixtures. On the porches, we're probably just going to do in the center of each ceiling One where the two doors are that go to the upstairs and to the garage. A very simple ceiling mounted fixture like this. And then if my clients decide that they do want to have maybe a wall mounted fixture, here's the wall mounted fixture in the same series. I don't know if the camera can zoom out a little bit, but it's a nice sort of period looking type fixture that has a wall rod bronze kind of finish. And then the light over the garage door, that's always an important character defining feature, and its placement is important because it will cast a real nice parabolic shaped light pattern on the garage door. And so that's that one. And the last thing is the garage door. As I said, we're just doing a carriage house type garage door. This particular one that we're proposing is by Clopay, and we've used that on several of these accessory buildings, and they work very well, and they look very well. The thing I'd like to conclude on is talking about the, because one of the considerations obviously is the location, orientation of the building, and as I said before, the historic pattern is that these accessory buildings are set as close as possible to the side and rear property lines, but because of the zoning district requirements, we're forced to be 7 feet. So what we'd like to do is hopefully get approval for this, but also get the board to approve a contingency that if we do get a design exception that will allow us to reduce that down to 4 feet, then that would allow us to do that. The other thing here is even moving the building closer will still maintain separation, because that's another requirement of the SHRS zoning district, is that a building that houses a garage can be no less than 20 feet from an existing residential structure. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, staff will now present the staff report.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Staff finds that this application is consistent with the Seminole Heights Design Guidelines. We did have a few conditions in the staff report, mostly for details and sections, and I believe all that information was presented here this evening. So I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing to any public comment. Seeing none, the commissioners will now begin asking questions on my right, or will now begin asking questions. Commissioner DeKibis, would you like to start?
I actually don't have any questions.
I have a couple questions. One is the restroom door. You didn't show a spec for that, but it looked interesting. Do you have any idea what you're going to do there?
Yes, I actually I did this on a project about 5 years ago for an accessory building in Hyde Park, and everybody thought it was fun, so I thought I would do it again. So basically, it's just a flush fiberglass or solid core wood door that has vertical, like 1x4 panels on it with the little crescent cutout.
Okay.
And then that would be like painted black or something. It's then that's really the detail. The casing and trim for the door would be that the same as all the windows and other doors.
Okay, and then did you have screening for the AC unit? I know it's probably behind a fence, but still.
Yeah, I didn't talk about the fence, and to be honest, I didn't really talk to my client too much about the fence, but currently there's just a simple sort of blockade type fence that runs around the property. So we would continue that and have that continue across here. So yes, it would, well, you saw in the one photograph, there's a fence here, so you don't see it from the front. And then well, like I said, we would have the fence turn here, and you wouldn't see it from this side. It's just a small like the size of a suitcase because it's a mini split system that we're
Okay.
using. That's also what allows us to be a little bit closer to the property line, if we can do that as well.
And then that actually leads to my next question. So you want the 4 feet in order just to give you more room?
Excuse me, Kamaria
Oh,
Pettis
I'm sorry.
from the City Attorney's Office. Excuse me, Commissioners, the agent has brought up something that needs to be addressed with the zoning department.
Okay.
And as a result, I'd ask the commissioners just to remain focused on the application for the certificate of appropriateness, and the agent can follow through with the zoning department for the request that he's referring to for the additional requests, but that's not relevant for the application today.
Thank you for the clarification, and I am finished with my questions.
I don't have any questions.
I have no questions, sir.
The only question that I have is on the staff report. It said to clarify the operation of the door on the north side of the living room. Is
It looks
that-
like a swing door that's
Yeah,
just not graphically shown on the
okay.
plan.
What it was, I had it closed, so it would be it'd be like that.
Okay. I have no further questions. Any additional questions? Okay. You are now allowed 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Okay, so the design exception, I understand exactly what the attorney's saying, so that is that's off the table. And if it is denied, I guess then we come back to the board or we'll address it later. So we'll work with staff on that. So right now, we're proposing at 7 feet, which is the closest we can get to the property line.
Thank you. At this point, the public hearing is now closed and the commissioners will discuss the case. Anyone?
I wish to extend my appreciation for the design elements you've put together for this small building. I find the aggregate total to be very domestic in its nature, as opposed to just purely utilitarian, which is what we see for these accessory structures. And I could see how this would make if you will, a nice neighbor to the existing house. It's part of a collection of dwellings here on this site now, as opposed to a dwelling in a utility structure. I like the effort that was put into this.
I have no comments.
I concur.
Yeah, no comments. I think it's consistent with the existing structure.
Thank you. Well, would a commissioner like to make a motion?
Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at the public hearing in ARC 2290 for the property located at 5506 North Seminole Avenue, because, based on the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights Historic Guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons. The accessory structure matches the scale, massing, orientation, and also facade proportions and window patterns of the historic district.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Reviewing the next item is ARC 20-285. This is for the address of 1905 West Bristol Avenue, Lot A. There's some past action here on page 3 of your staff report. It's referenced that this was reviewed in 2002 for a recommendation to City Council from an RS zoning classification to a PD, and that was approved. Then again, in June of 2014, it was reviewed for a substantial change, and that was also reviewed. What's coming forward to you this evening is for new construction for a single-family residence with an accessory structure. The zoning classification is PD, and the architectural style is Mediterranean Revival. I wanted to share with you the PD of that plan that was approved, and that's going to be presented to you this evening. You're going to see 3 parcels tonight. The first one is Lot A, which is here. The second one will be here, which is an addition to a contributing structure, and this is indicated as Lot 9. And then this is Lot B, and this will be the last request that you see this evening. So I wanted to give you a totality review of the PD that was approved. The first review this evening for ARC 20-285, focus here on Lot A. The footprint has already been established through the PD process, as it has with all of these parcels. So the footprint, the massing, the orientation and the setback and rhythm alignment and spacing, that's also attached to your staff report on page 3, so you could follow along under new construction and additions that are indicated on page 69 and 70 of the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. The first 5 items, as I just mentioned, are not under review tonight. They were solidified through the PD process. So hold your questions to items or bullet items on page 3, 6 through 11 under new construction and additions. I think the best way to get you familiar with the request this evening is to start with a Sanborn map. Property in question is highlighted in the green shaded area. There is an alley that is part of the PD process, and let me go through that a little more thoroughly. So these 3 parcels received the PD. As part of the PD, they look at the overall site. There is an alley that runs north and south that will feed into these other units. That is not under review. That was taken care of through the PD process. Retention of the complete project. There's a retention pond back here. Through the PD process, zoning, transportation, solid waste, natural resources, all review this. And since this has been approved in 2015, all of those items are ready for permitting as well. So going back to the Sanborn map, this is Bristol Avenue. This is the alley that I referred to on the PD plan. There is a contributing structure here. This is the second review that you'll look at tonight. There's an addition to this contributing structure. The first review is this parcel right here, which is shaded. It does interface with the crosstown. Once again, you have Bristol to the south, and then an alley that will feed into these parcels, and then Fremont to the east of that. This is our vicinity map. So in context, you see it with the greater Hyde Park community. The Hyde Park Historic District is indicated with the red perforated line. That is the local district. This is Hyde Park Village as a reference point. You have the crosstown to the west and to the north, and then the arrow indicates the property in question. And just to conclude with the photos, is a current overhead. The PD comes in this fashion here, back here, and follows this line. This non-contributing structure is not part of the PD process. This is the contributing structure that I referenced on the Sanborn map, and this is the first lot of question that you're going to review tonight. Before we move forward, do you have any questions with the orientation?
No.
We worked diligently with the presenter this evening. Mr. Acosta will once again show you the PD plan, show you the site plan, and then throughout his presentation get you oriented. It's kind of difficult sometimes to know exactly where you're at. So at this time, I'll introduce Mr. Acosta.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Joel Anacosta, and my wife Christine and I are the property owners of 1905 Bristol Avenue, which involves the two parcels that we're going to review first this evening. I'd like to give you a little bit of background about us and myself and my family. My profession is I'm a tax lawyer and I practice law here in town. However, I've grown up with architecture in my life. My dad, Del Acosta, has done a lot of work in the historic preservation community here in Tampa. So I've been exposed to it. I was able to participate in many of his projects growing up, and hopefully I can do enough to discuss the architecture tonight to explain these projects. We purchased 1905 West Bristol in the year 2000. We have since split that parcel into two lots, into Lot A and Lot 9. This first application is with respect to Lot 9. Excuse me, this first application is with respect to Lot A. My parents, Del and Irene Acosta, who are with us this evening, own Lot B as well as Lot A8. A little bit of background on our family in this neighborhood. My parents moved onto the property at Lot 8 in 1997. They purchased a vacant lot. This is a picture of their current home, and you can see the craftsmanship and the care and the maintenance that they take in the home. 3 years later, I purchased 1905 West Bristol Avenue. Here's a picture of this home. We restored it in 2000. I will speak more about it later this evening. But you can also see the care that we take in maintaining the property. In 2001, my parents purchased 1907 Bristol Avenue. This is what the home looked like when they purchased it. Notice the porch had been covered with some additional siding over the years. This is the property now after the renovation. You see that they have restored the porch. You can see the landscaping that they've added. There's also a new metal roof on the property. We are extremely fortunate to have such a nice group of advisors that have helped us with this project. I'd like to thank Ken Garcia, our architect, who is with us this evening, of Abel Garcia Architecture. He has significant and meaningful experience as an architect, in particular in the historic preservation space. He's served on the Barrio Latino Commission. He's served as preservation architect for the Wilson Lehman House in Hyde Park, and continues to serve as the architectural historian and consultant to the Chiselers in the University of Tampa. I'd like to thank my mom and my dad, Irene and Del Acosta, who have contributed significantly to this project and have added a lot of input. I'd like to thank our builder, David Farrell, who has given us numerous ideas, as well as our civil engineers, Matt Campo and Jesse Blackstock, who have helped us with alleyways, drainage, and other utilities. I'd also like to thank our attorneys, David Smith and Julia Mandel of the Gray Robinson firm, for helping us navigate various issues along the way. Also like to thank ARC staff, who have provided a lot of meaningful input on this process, and I believe that all those contributions have improved the quality of the project that we are going to present this evening. As Mr. Vila previously showed, this is an aerial of the property, a slightly different showing. You can see clearly the way that the Selman Crosstown Expressway impacts the property. It's an element of the site that we are required to work with. There's pollution of noise, light, and view. All these are considerations that we need to take into account in designing an appropriate home on this location. Now, some may consider this a marginal piece of property It is in the Hyde Park Historic District, and we believe that we can bring it to a useful and viable state through this project. Many of the aspects of this project have already been determined as part of the PD process. At this time, we are focusing on the yellow property. This is the PD that was last amended in the year 2015. A couple of concepts: you will see the garage structure, the foyer, and the primary structure. You will also see here there is a masonry wall that abuts the crosstown. You'll also see a driveway that accesses the alley. Now, in our utilities plan, which we are in the final stages of finalizing with the City of Tampa, this pond has actually been moved to the north side of the property. As part of this, we went through a zoning review to confirm that our architectural site plan is in line with the PD. And here's the letter from zoning noting that this review is consistent, that the architectural site plan is consistent with the PD. This is the architectural site plan, and for the rest of this presentation, we will be referring primarily to this site plan. Again, we have Lot A, that is the lot in question. You'll see the Crosstown Expressway, north, south, east, and west. We have a garage, we have a small courtyard, we have the primary structure. This is a public alley, so the resident and guests will go down the public alley, across the driveway. There will be an easement governing this space, and enter the property. On the south side of the property is Bristol Avenue. I also want to call out that the adjoining property owners are all in the room with us this evening. My wife Christine and I own Lot 9. My parents, Irene and Della Costa, own Lot B. My parents, Irene and Della Costa, also own this parcel at 1907 West Bristol Avenue. Very specific site, very specific design. Again, you have to consider the crosstown. You have to consider Lot B to the east of the project. Here are some pictures from the property. This is the north elevation looking towards the Crosstown Expressway. This is the west elevation. There's some vegetation there, but you can see that it's significantly impacted from the Crosstown Expressway. We spent a good bit of time developing the style of this home, the architectural style that we were going for. We were inspired by the Mediterranean Revival style and the Spanish eclectic sub-style. There are many houses in the district of this style, including my parents' house, which is right next door. Following the Hyde Park design guidelines, Mediterranean Revival style is a recognized style. We then sought inspiration from the Field Guide to American Homes and looked at the Spanish eclectic subdivision and found several properties that had elements that we were attempting to incorporate into this design, including a minimal roof overhang, an asymmetrical facade, use of stucco, a low-pitched hip roof, ironwork, an enclosed courtyard, and a barrel tile roof. This is a common, as I mentioned previously, this is a common style in Hyde Park Village. Could we zoom out just a little bit, please? Okay, sorry about the glare. Can you see These two homes? Okay.
Yes.
So these are two Mediterranean Revival homes in the district that show hip roofs, which we drew some inspiration on for this home. You will see that there are also many instances where you have 90-degree entry homes, where a lot of the design details are at 90-degree angles. So we have 4 Mediterranean Revival style homes showing this use of 90-degree angles. We also have in this several instances of 1/1 windows, which we're proposing on our design. So here you'll see 1/1 windows. Here you'll see some 1/1 windows as well. The overall design, we're leaning more towards a more simplistic, basic, high-quality design. So you will see that as we go through the design details. We're going to move into our elevations. So just to reorient us with the lot, the north elevation is going to be looking down on the property, looking from north to south on the property. So the facade of this house, you will see, is the garage. So that was a design element that we needed to work with, and I really appreciate the many contributions from our design team to help get this to a spot where we are today. So from the north elevation, this is what the house will look like. You will see we have a 2-story garage. You will see the barrel tile roof. I'd like to thank ARC staff and Mr. Vila in particular for helping us to appreciate the barrel tile roof. Given the scale of these projects, certainly cost and budget is an issue. In a prior version, we had asphalt shingle roof. We have decided to go for the barrel tile roof, and that is what is presented here this evening. We have a pretty straightforward garage door, and something nice and solid for the garage, in particular as it faces the crosstown. You will see the high-quality masonry construction. We're proposing concrete block throughout this structure, including the stairs that access the bonus room above the garage. As we go towards the west of the property, you'll see some metal work for the front gate. And you can see a portion of the primary structure from this elevation. We do have a better elevation later in the presentation that presents the primary structure from this angle in a little bit more detail. We're proposing wood-clad metal windows. And another important aspect of this house, obviously, we're looking for as much buffer as we can get. We've got the crosstown, we've got the wall, we've got some landscaping that we anticipate. But this garage structure, this 2-story garage structure, will also provide a nice buffer to the primary structure. I'm going to move to the west elevation. So just to reorient us, we're going to be looking this way. Let me take a moment to point out the courtyard. It's highlighted in yellow here. I'm not sure if you can see it, but this space here is the courtyard. To give this resident a really nice space to go out and have some private yard space in line with the Mediterranean Revival style. So we're moving to the west elevation. Thank you. We'll start with the garage. You can see the barrel tile roof. We're proposing some blind windows, again stucco. This is the wall for the courtyard. This is the foyer that will provide access from the garage to the primary structure. There's a nice architectural detail here. You can see that this wall system has an opening slightly larger on the west elevation than as presented on the east elevation. It will provide some depth and some context and is a nice architectural detail. Going into the primary structure, you will see that we're proposing 3 windows on the second floor, 2 windows on the first floor. Notice the different planes. We have the primary structure, we have the courtyard, which is perhaps 1 or 2 planes, maybe even 3, depending on how you count them, and then you have the primary structure. Moving to the south elevation. So we're looking from south to north, looking at what you perhaps may call the back of the property. Simple elevation, barrel tile roof, stucco, proposing 3 blind windows on the second floor. This window is to the kitchen. We have another window. I'd like to point out the water table. This is a nice architectural detail, provides a little bit of additional detail to the property. I have a picture of it as you'll see it on the house that my parents built, and it's a nice feature that we will present in a little bit more detail later in the presentation. Moving to the east elevation. So we're east looking west. You'll see the garage. You'll see the bonus room. You'll see the masonry stairs, a door accessing some space under the stairs for additional storage. I again want to call out this foyer. We've got some nice details with this window. Again, just the contrast. Smaller window here, the west elevation, smaller opening, I should say. It's not a window. Smaller opening here from the east elevation. Larger opening here from the west elevation gives some texture and context in contrast to that view. The primary structure, again, a false window, another window upstairs, 2 windows downstairs. I'd like to continue with the architectural details. Excuse me, not yet. We've got 2 more elevations. Okay. We've got our north hidden elevation. So this, perhaps you can call this the front of the house. Where's the, can I see that site plan? Okay. So this is this elevation. And then this is the south elevation. We're proposing, remember this is the garage. We're proposing some blind windows to break up the massing and to add a little bit more detail. I'm going to walk us through some of the architectural details and materials that we intend to use. We have several pictures and spec sheets. This is the barrel tile roof. This is the stucco. Again, this is a picture of my parents' home. Notice this presents the landscape nicely. This is the window that we are proposing, high quality Sierra Pacific window. Here's some additional pictures of the window. This is from the front. This is from the side. This is the door that we're proposing to enter the home and also to enter the bonus room above the garage. Here's a picture of it. Here's the spec sheet. This is a picture of the door we're proposing under the stairs. This is a picture of the proposed garage door. Something simple, something clean, something solid. Again, the crosstown being so close, we wanted something very clean, basic, and solid for the use in that space. Sample wall lighting. Sample door hardware. Here are some photos of some false windows used in the historic district in Hyde Park. An example of the ironwork. An example of the courtyard wall. This is just a picture of how the courtyard may present once complete. This is from my parents' courtyard at their home, which has some very similar design elements. Example of the stairs, the masonry stairs. Example of that cutout I referenced. We're not proposing ironwork on ours. It would be an open space, but you can still see the opening. This is a picture of the water table. You can see some of the detail here. This is another picture from a little bit further away to help you understand how that interacts. I'd like to walk us through our wall sections. Barrel tile roof, fascia board, eave board. We've got concrete block masonry construction with painted stucco over that. We have a false window with masonry construction. We can have a 2-inch inset, which gives some nice structure, nice context and definition. A simple sill, concrete with stucco. We've got 1/1 windows, simple sill, masonry, water table. This wall section is the same, but it goes down to a door. And we have our door, we have our step up, we have grade. It's a very interesting project, and I believe a clever architectural solution to a unique parcel. We greatly appreciate the many contributions to this project and are looking forward to achieving a simple, high-quality home in line with the design guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, staff will now present the staff report.
Commissioner Ron Vila, staff of Historic Preservation. I just put on the overhead just to focus back on the subject property, which is here. There was a letter that was submitted into the record that this site plan is consistent with the overall PD plan. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. A very thorough and complete presentation. All the items on the staff report on page 3 and 4 were addressed through the presentation, with one item, just the material of the boxed-in sulfate, if he could address that with the board. Other than that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. At this point, we will open the hearing to any public comment. If anyone would like to speak. All right. Seeing and hearing none, we'll begin with the commissioners asking questions. Would anyone like to begin?
I can. Oh, go ahead. So first of all, I'd like to preface my questions saying that this is obviously a very challenging project. So that being said, so back to staff's point, so I don't forget, did you have the material for the boxed-in soffit? Or can you describe it?
So this soffit, it may be wood, it may be a wood substitute, but given its location on the second floor, we're going to use something very basic, very simple, that's going to wear well in this environment. And so I don't have in front of me the exact material that we're going to be using, but we will be using something appropriate with the site. This roof structure is going to be very similar to the house located at 1903 Bristol, which has just, you can see how modest this overhang is. So this is not going to be a material design feature of the home.
Okay. Did you identify the mechanical equipment on site, on the site plan? And where that's going to be located?
I have it on the architectural site plan. I don't know that I called it out during my presentation. The mechanicals are right here.
Okay, and do you plan to screen those or have a fence around the property?
We are not planning at this point to screen them or have a fence on this portion of the property. Obviously, there's going to be a wall here, but at this point, we're anticipating that this will remain open.
Okay, would you be open to like a vegetative screen for that mechanical equipment?
Yeah, and we probably would go ahead and do that anyway with landscaping. Okay. So we would certainly consider all appropriate, landscaping so that, mechanicals look appropriate in their use with the property.
Okay, and can you speak more to the facade proportions and window patterns and what inspiration, where you gathered the inspiration for that pattern and the types of windows that you used in the community? You did show a graphic of the actual window pattern, but the greater overall on the facade.
So, again, the overall inspiration is Mediterranean revival in a very simple implementation. So remember, being near the crosstown, we want to minimize the windows, but have appropriate number of windows for bedrooms and for living. And hence, therefore, we are using a mix of both traditional windows and the blind windows. Now, the blind windows, we had considered some alternatives. This is not stucco scored, right? This is going to be a 2-inch inset in the concrete block, which will provide some definition and some contrast. We showed some houses in Hyde Park that use, what we refer to as 90-degree angles, square windows. One of the comments that we had was redesigning the windows to make them a touch more narrow and a little bit less square. I think that was a very good comment. And hopefully that presents in these drawings. Let me go back to the elevations. So for example, here on the west elevation, you can see that these windows are a touch more rectangular. Also, note that we have a little bit, especially on this elevation, the west elevation, we have some differences. We have 2 windows here, 1 window here, 1 window here. This is over the kitchen. This is a smaller window.
Okay. And then the front north elevation, I had a question about.
Sure. So let me put that up here.
So, actually, maybe I wrote down the wrong one. It must have been a different elevation. It had like a border around a door, and I wasn't sure what that was. There, north.
This
yeah,
one?
Hidden elevation, but what is that around the door?
This?
Yes.
That's the foyer.
Okay, so you're going to go in. Okay.
So this may read a little bit better from the site plan. Imagine you're driving from Bristol Avenue. You're going to come up the alley. You're going to drive into the garage. You're going to walk from the garage through the foyer into the primary structure. So what this attempts to do is show the quote-unquote face of the primary structure, and you'll see the foyer outlined here in this presentation.
Okay, and did you all consider any other facade treatments since you were trying to limit some of those windows, understandably, like with awnings or anything like that?
We considered a number of things. On this home in particular, I don't know that awnings were a big consideration, again, given the foyer entering the front door.
Yeah, or even any material variations. I guess you're trying to keep that clean
Yeah,
facade look.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and do, it's, these drawings, obviously don't show landscaping. And that's why I wanted to just kind of give you a little bit of the inspiration and the vision of what we anticipate this looking like, kind of post-building and post-landscaping. Because landscaping is going to be an important element of this home
Yeah.
and all three homes that I present this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is the only access to the main structure through the garage?
So let me go to, so the main structure is here,
Mm-hmm.
and you can access it through the garage or you can access it through this gate. This gate reads right here on this drawing, on the north elevation.
Can we zoom into that a little bit, that gate?
Sure. Am I okay with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not going to be objected.
So you have a low height, or not low height, a stucco wall that meets a iron gate?
Remember,
So
Yeah.
I see the gate, and then to the right of that is, again, stucco wall.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So then you'd walk essentially around the garage and through the larger opening into the foyer to the main structure.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Could you, just real quick, either on the, I guess maybe the west elevation, show where that entry door is?
So the west elevation,
Okay.
entry door is going to be right here into the courtyard, and then here into the primary structure.
Have you
Thank you.
considered bringing that closer to the front? Like, it's so far recessed from the main garage that it's almost like not a secondary entry. Do you know?
Just to make sure, because we can't really, yeah. I think because it's
It's
part of the
already been
PD, we can't move the location of the structures. It's just more of looking at the sort of the detail and trim level.
Where the gate goes?
The Kamari Pettis Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. So, Madam Commissioner, I think I want to be clear for what your question is to the applicant. Are you asking if the gate can be moved? And if we can go back, and I'm sorry, I know the site plan, thank you. The site plan has already been approved as is. So, and I think that's what Mr. Chair is referring to. So if you want to direct your questions for the 6 through,
Well, yeah, so entrances is included in the bottom part, and really, so if you're looking at the main front elevation, so the garage, that secondary pedestrian access is really far recessed back, which is what I'm getting at. If it's out of our scope, it's out of our scope, but it's.
but can you finish your question just for the record so I can understand
Sure.
what it is?
Had you considered pushing the pedestrian gate closer to the facade that includes the garage door?
I don't mind commenting. So, over many, more than I care to remember, discussions regarding the design of this, the courtyard was an important element. And, in opening up some space, and keeping it distant from the crosstown and having the right kind of proportions was appropriate. This is where we ultimately landed on the design, and feel that it's an appropriate use. It's a little bit north of this edge. I recall we had some extensive discussion of actually boxing this off, but we decided to move it up to give it a little bit more context and a little bit more texture. And I think it's a reasonable kind of landing of where the gate ended up.
Okay. And one of my fellow commissioners had brought up window awnings. I think that there were elements that you've showed in many of your examples that I understand where you're drawing your inspiration from, but I think that it feels like there are detail elements that are missing to sort of create a historic district appropriate home, such as the awnings, or your parents' house has ornamental details. The 90-degree images that you referenced had more depth that I think made them, gave interest. So I again would ask if you'd considered awnings or some sort of treatment to the window, not necessarily window treatment, but trim or treatment to the windows.
Well, thank you. I guess just a couple of comments. So it's really important for me to keep in mind where this property is located. It's not public facing, it's on this lot. This elevation is relatively simple. This elevation has a little bit more context and a few more architectural elements. This elevation actually has quite a few. We've got a garage, we've got an opening, and let me point to that. We've got a garage, we've got this masonry stairwell, which is, that's a very nice design element. It works for this structure because we're targeting masonry construction, and therefore we can build the stairs in this format along with the other elements. So, awnings perhaps would make sense over this front door, but perhaps, this inspiration goes a step further and has a foyer that you would enter the home in, and it has this nice architectural detail with this opening. You can also see some of these elements with the scuppers. We have our windows, and we have our water table. I guess anything that will make the project better is what we will consider. But just, we have thought through kind of what additional details might be appropriate in coming to this point.
I think I struggle with the east elevation main structure with the 4 windows, we'll call them. And then that's really where I struggle. I understand that the west and south elevations face the highway, and that I understand the logic behind that. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
If you will please follow with me.
Sure.
Am I correct in reading these drawings you have for this dwelling that you are deliberately moving in a direction of a minimalist revival style for the Mediterranean that you are bringing forward, or at least attempting to bring forward?
Yes, Commissioner. We're aiming for something simple and basic and nice.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was on the right page with you on that one. One of the defining factors of the Mediterranean revival is its very heavy masonry walls. And one of the defining features that makes even a simple assembly of punched windows and punched doors work is that they're deeply set back from the face of the building, and you have this, in reality, wonderful shadow line, due to its depth. Can you go over with us, please, how you are planning on setting these windows with respect to how far back they are from the exterior face? And in some respect, can they be moved even further back?
Sure. So let me show a couple things from our presentation. Where is the pictures of the recessed windows? Okay, so here's an example of blind windows that are used in the district. You can see there's some context, you can see there's a sill, you can see there's some contrast of light and dark. Now, I've learned in this process, there are multiple ways that you can do these false windows, including finishing it with stucco and scoring it to present a line that presents as a false window. However, we have an advantage in that we're trying to build structures that are going to outlive us. You know, they're going to last for a long period of time. And so we're proposing masonry concrete block construction. We presented this to our design team, including our architect and including our builder, in discussing the overall project and what is a way that this can be implemented reasonably, right? It's not, you know, it needs to work at the end of the day. And so the solution is in the wall section, and you will see that there is a 2-inch recess here, and these are, you know, standard CMUs that our builder has advised us are appropriate for this instance. So, you know, 2 inches doesn't seem like much, but it is. It is in this context. It is in this wall section. And we have that luxury with respect to the masonry construction, and that's what we intend to take advantage of. And I think it will be appropriate, and I think it will look nice in its implementation.
For some reason, I still think that perhaps it'd be more successful if it were deeper, but if that's where you are in your detailing, that's where it is. I find it a bit on the shallow side. That's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you.
If you could you please pull up the design guidelines page that you have for the Mediterranean Revival?
Sure. I've got my page and I've got my book, whichever if you want to go deeper.
The page
into
that you presented is fine. Thank
Okay,
you.
sure. It's further back. Okay.
The part that I'm struggling with a bit is I understand the concept is, you know, we took inspiration from Mediterranean Revival style and kind of adapted it and tried to make it a little bit more minimalistic. So the idea is we don't have to simply copy what is already there or a style, you know, verbatim in order to get it. However, I think there are small pieces and small details in this Mediterranean Revival that I think should be looked at and should be taken into these buildings in the structure, simply because some of them are basically what make up that style. And I'm struggling with a little bit on the fact that a lot of those seem to have been stripped out of the design. And you can see it's like almost there. So you do have the courtyards, you know, which is very big on a Mediterranean style home. But then a lot of the things that you'll see in some of the images that you presented, there's a lot of those details. Archways were, you know, really heavily used in Mediterranean style homes. A lot of the buildings or the images that you presented have squared windows, which is fine. But then you would then sometimes see that archway in the main door to kind of highlight that door again. Usually that door is a little bit larger, a little bit grander to highlight it. It is kind of a little bit more simpler of a door. You do have the water table foundation, that banding, but it isn't uncommon to see either one or two additional bandings that either come up around the jamb or the head of the the windows or a second floor to kind of help highlight that, because as you know, more masonry and stone was used, that's kind of how they started to step back. You know, there's soffit details and soffit brackets that you would typically see in that band, and it starts to almost get to a point where it looks like you have, unfortunately, maybe watered down the Mediterranean style a little bit too much to a more modern portion. Because if you look at the image on the bottom, you'll see the brackets along the roof. You'll see some of the details. One of the questions that I have is the examples that you were presenting, the house that you're presenting that's right next door, some of the other ones, how many of those are actually historical homes that are part of kind of the fabric versus ones that have been built later on?
So the home that we drew a good bit of inspiration from is my parents' home, which was built in 1997 and is not a historic home. It is in the historic district, and this is new construction. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. And I really appreciate your comments, because you know those are design elements that you know our design team has spent a lot of time kind of considering. And so,
because even on this new feature, is you'll see very common and very similar to what you're saying. Square windows, you know, makes a lot of sense. You know, you don't need to have arch windows everywhere. But at that doorway, it is accented with an archway. You do have what appears to be that blue tile, maybe over to the left of the door. You have the accent piece that is around the window, the round window up the top. As some of the other commissioners stated, there are those awnings. There is a lot of that ironwork around some of those reveals. Those reveals are a lot smaller, and openings are smaller. You know, it's not uncommon to see in the stairways, the risers, the back of the risers, to have tile. It sounds like it is just going to be concrete risers and runners, which typically you would see something a little bit different. The courtyard, what is your material or plan for that courtyard right now? Is it going to be concrete? Is it going to be pavers, brick?
it's going to be grass.
Okay.
Yeah, we're anticipating that will be, grass and landscaped.
Okay. The garage door, what material or what finish is that garage door going to look like? Is it just a typical painted garage door? Is it going to look like a wood grain? What's the approach?
So it may have, the one we've selected may have a little bit of context to it, or a little bit of finish to it, but we're trying to keep it, it's a garage door facing the crosstown, so we're really trying to keep it simple and solid and plain as much as possible.
Okay. And then real quick, could we look at your east elevation? So I think in the one spot on this project where you can start to see some of these inspirational details that are coming through is on that connector piece between the garage and the main house. So you have the banding down at the bottom, you have the opening for that outdoor kind of covered space, which you wouldn't typically see sort of an ironwork piece over that. And then you have I'm assuming those are going to be tile scuppers for the roof up above.
They're not reading as tile here. So, that's a level of detail that I don't know that we have gotten into. We'll certainly discuss it with our design team, and if that's a direction that we, think makes sense, we would look into that.
Okay. And then do you have any of the, gate details, or any of if there is any additional ironwork details currently, or if you did present that, I apologize.
Yeah, so here is the gate on the site plan, and we have an example gate that we can point to as well. Right here.
Okay. Thank you.
So if I may, just can I comment on some of the architectural items at this point?
Sure.
Okay, so we have the Mediterranean Revival style home, and we're going for a subdivision of this, being Spanish eclectic. So our design team points to the field guide of American Homes that discusses it. And, you know, certainly those decorative elements are very much included in a lot of this style of home. However, there are also some that are very more simple. They're simpler implementations of the Spanish eclectic style. So for example, you will see this home, you know, I don't read archways. There's one piece of metal. There are some smaller windows, and we drew a good bit of inspiration from this home. I certainly hear what you're saying, and I think that there may be room to add some additional details here and there without you know, making significant changes to the overall presentation or the overall design. And that's certainly something that we will take into account as we continue.
Are all three of those photos of the same house?
No, I don't believe so. I believe these are different homes.
Okay. And then completely understand that, you know, this example is a little bit more minimalistic version of that Mediterranean Revival. But even in the top right photo, you still see, you know, that a prime example is that they accent that main entrance.
Yep.
That door. So that door does have that. And then you start to see the difference of how the roof forms and the slopes on this. So versus a, you know, typical roof like you're seeing here versus one that's being presented having four sides, how that will play into, you know, the overall massing or kind of the shape and detail of it.
You're referring to this one or this one? Oh, excuse me.
Both.
You're referring to this one or this one?
The top image and then the one in the middle on the left.
Okay.
So there's little things that seem like just the detail level is just missing. I think the design style and the direction fits in with this, you know, historic area, but it's, for me, I'm struggling with the idea that it looks like there's a lot of the details that should be present in a historic building, and I understand that it is a new build, so it doesn't need to have everything that a historic building
Sure.
basically copied and matched. That's not the intention.
Sure.
But there are little things that I think could get pulled over into this and make it more historical reference of a structure than what it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have comments or questions?
No.
Okay. At this point, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
I'm sorry, I hope I'm not out of order because I just addressed your questions.
Oh, no, that's fine.
No, I mean, listen, I really appreciate, you know, all of your comments. And there's a lot of things for us to consider. And I think we will consider them as we continue to go down the path of designing and constructing these homes. You know, this is important for us to get right? I mean, it's important for my wife and I. It's important for our family. It's important, frankly, for my parents and my dad's legacy. So, you know, we take your comments and comments from our design team seriously, and we will, you know, continue to reflect on them as we go through the process of hopefully bringing these homes to fruition. So I thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we will be closing the portion of the public hearing. The commissioners will now discuss the case.
I'd like to begin with, I do understand the minimalist nature of the design that we see right now. I also recognize the fact that it's very schematic in its nature as well, too. A lot of the effort to date has been how do we massage this whole site plan PD sort of a thing. So you have a very challenging jigsaw puzzle which you've already solved, and now you're dealing with the bits and pieces that make it work. although it is, you know, minimalist, it's also detailless right now. And I think it's because it's at the schematic stage right now, and I don't really know where to ask you to go at this point in time. I do want to point out just a couple of very quick items that come to mind immediately. If you're going for a very contemporary Mediterranean revivalist, minimalist style, really the only thing that you have going for yourself right now for this design is the fact that it's got a barrel tile roof. Now, I can totally understand where you're moving away from the old school traditional Mediterranean revival to a more simplistic area. And you keep citing your parents' house. And we don't have to go very far and take a look at some of the very, very small little detail things that make your parents' house a very personal expression for themselves. There's a lot of different things going on there. Not big, not bold, just a lot of little different things going on. And it's that level of detail that I think you need to address for your dwelling that you're building here. And that's probably at a scale of detail that's beyond this point in time in the design process, because you're not making any particularly grand gestures. You have the building form, that's a gesture. You have your stair. If anything, I would like to see you produce that water table all the way around. That includes the accessory building as well too, so the two get tied in together. Because I noticed that it stopped at your breezeway foyer. That really should continue all the way around. But that's all I have right now. I really wish that you have a chance to take a good chance of looking at what your parents did with their scheme, and maybe take a look at some of the more contemporary buildings, not necessarily of any particular style, and see how they've integrated small bits and pieces of things, either in a repetitive fashion or in an accent fashion, because those are the things going to make your box a jewel box and make it pop.
Thank you.
I agree. It's a challenging program with a lot. I appreciate where you are and where you're heading, and I agree with my fellow commissioners. There's like the design detail that really we're here to focus on today that I think you just haven't gotten there yet. We haven't seen it today.
I concur. One of the biggest things, I guess, is the north and east elevations for me. And having, it specifically says we're supposed to look at the location, proportion of windows and their relation to the overall size of the building. So I think that could use some work. And then also the garage door. I understand that orientation, but people are going to be entering the home, and that's the first thing that they're going to see. So I definitely would like to see some more detail, and I think that could be a creative point as well. And then the pattern and the size of the windows is probably the biggest issue, but great presentation. You all thought about a lot of details, so I appreciate that.
I think the overall direction is going in a really nice place. I think with all these dwellings, kind of as they're going to be sitting on this site, it's going to be a really nice piece of land and how they kind of relate back to each other. By no means do I think you have to take, again, all the details and just cram them onto this building, because that's not what is intended by any means. And I don't think you have to do it on all 4 elevations. I think very strategically, if you take certain details and incorporate that into your building, to either highlight certain parts or to kind of elaborate and kind of bring focus to maybe an elevation or 2, I think that would really help the design from a detail perspective. But overall, I think it's heading in the right direction. It's some of those small little details that usually come a little bit farther on in the design just need to kind of come along, so. There's no additional comments.
No.
Would anyone like to make a motion? And then I have a question for staff and legal, maybe.
Staff first?
Yep, so if a motion was to continue, what would the date be?
Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. The earliest this could come back in front of the board is October 5th, 2020.
Okay. And then for the applicant and the agent, you do have the ability for us to vote today, either for or against, and that is your right if you would like us to, or not knowing what the motion might be, there is also the opportunity to have a continuation. So I wanted to give you the ability to put it on record which one you would prefer.
May I ask a question at this point?
Yes.
Well, can there be a motion to open the meeting to public comment? Open the meeting again, please.
I move to open the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I really appreciate your comments, and you know, I agree that there are some additional details that we can work through to improve the project. You know, there is an opportunity for us to refine this over time, and our intent is to make a high-quality project. Additional details such as, you know, perhaps some decorative tile work, perhaps adjusting the gate, perhaps adding an arch there, perhaps slightly changing the orientation of some of the windows. I think those are all good ideas and things that we want to pursue, and things that, you know, our design team I know wants to pursue. I guess I would ask, you know, is it appropriate to come back in 2 months with, here's some tiles, here's some additional articulation, or are those things that we can, you know, work with staff to resolve if the commissioners are comfortable with that? You know, if not, I completely understand. But the barrel tile, the concrete, some of these major elements, I think we're in agreement that are in place. In some of the finishes, you know, we'd like to explore. I guess, you know, we would like to not delay our project for 2 months, but, you know, we certainly, you know, respect any direction that the commissioners would like to go.
And just Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. And I think, Mr. Acosta, what has to be placed on the record is, from your position, whether or not you're okay with a continuance, or do you want the board to vote as it's presented? The question about the continuance, the applicant has to agree to it.
Do I have the opportunity to hear the motion first?
No.
Okay. Then we'd like to go ahead and continue the case. And I thank you all very much for your comments.
All right. Thank you.
And actually, Mr. Chair, we have to close
Yes.
okay.
I move to grant a continuance in case ARC 20-285 for the.
Hold on
proper-
real quick.
Oh,
I have to
so sorry.
close. At this point, we'll be closing the public hearing, and the commissioners will now discuss the case or make a motion. Would you like to make a motion?
I move to grant a continuance in case ARC 20-285 for the property located at 1905 West Bristol Avenue, Lot A, for the October 5th public hearing at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Commissioners, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. The next agenda item is ARC 20-287. Going back to the PD plan that was approved. Now we're looking at Lot 9, which is here. This does have a contributing structure with a small hyphen and then the addition and a footprint to mimic what the PD has. The contributing structure in the foreground was constructed in 1926. It is in a bungalow style, and the request is an addition to the primary structure. Moving quickly through the photo essay. This is Sanborn from 29. This is Bristol Avenue. We just were focusing on this parcel back here. This is the contributing structure that I'm going to reference some photos in a minute. And then the addition will be towards the rear. This is a point of reference with our vicinity map. Property in question is indicated by the arrow, which abuts the crosstown to the west. You have Bristol to the south, and the crosstown to the north as well. This is more indicative of the parcel in question. This is the contributing structure. The addition will go towards the rear. This is the non-contributing structure that was referenced in some of the photos, and this was the parcel that we were just discussing to get a point of reference. This is the bungalow. This is the contributing structure that dates back to 26. This is the front elevation. This is the east elevation, which is internal. This is looking down the drive aisle. There's an apron with a ribbon drive. Along this west elevation, you have the period appropriate siding. You have a small foundation skirting. You have wood screens. You have the clip gable roof line. Moving to the rear elevation, where the addition is going to join in. And then just to reference some of the features, so the casing around the windows, the wood screens that are very period appropriate, the 6/1 windows, the overhang with the outriggers piercing through the fascia, the gable vent. You see the materials of the soffit. This is indicating the knee brackets as well, with the barge rafter and the interior rafter tails. And just looking with my back to the crosstown, back into the parcel at the bungalow in question that's going to receive the addition. This time I have Mr. Acosta do the second part of the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vila, for that introduction. My name is Jolene Acosta. I presented the prior case, and I spent some time introducing myself and our history with the property and my family. For the record, I'd like to repeat that briefly. I purchased the property in the year 2000. Shortly thereafter, my wife and I were married. The property is now owned by the two of us. My family owns the properties on each side of this home that we are speaking about. And this is a historic home. This is a historic home located on Lot 9. We are proposing an addition to, we're proposing a rehabilitation and addition to this structure. So a little bit of history. When I purchased the home in 2000, it was in very rough shape. There was an asphalt shingle roof, and there were many other structural elements that were needing of repair. So myself and our building team went to work and took about 6 months to get the house rehabilitated, and it has functioned extremely well for the last 20 years. Here are some pictures of the rehabilitation that occurred back in 2000. This was after we put the new roof on. You can see some of the exposed wood. You can see some of the trim that we replaced. We also spent a lot of time repairing and rehabilitating the windows. Also replaced the front door. You can see some of the architectural details that we have restored to the home. We love this house. It's a house that means a lot to me, to my wife, to our family. We would like to move it back into the house. This house is 700 square feet, and with my wife and I and our 2 children, I understand that's just too small for a family of 4. So we're looking to add on to the house in an appropriate way that makes sense for the home and for our family. We want to celebrate the old, but also celebrate modern architecture and modern design and more modern, a more modern addition to make it a more viable home. I spoke previously about our advisors. I won't go through that all again, but just for purposes of the record, our design team includes our architect, Ken Garcia, who has significant experience in architectural preservation. Also my father, Del Acosta, my mom, Irene Acosta, also our builder, David Farrell, who has a lot of experience building historic homes in Hyde Park, as well as our civil engineers, Matt Campo and Jesse Blackstock, our attorneys, David Smith and Julia Mandel of the Gray Robinson firm, who have helped us, and also ARC staff, who has provided significant comments to this project and has added to its quality and helped us move in the right direction. So, looking at the site plan, I find it very helpful to look at these aerials from the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser. This home faces the Bristol Avenue. This is Bristol Avenue right here. This was part of a PD that was last amended in 2015. We are looking at the blue structure. The architectural site plan was reviewed by zoning, and you will see that their findings were that it was consistent with the PD. So we will now refer to the architectural site plan. Here we are addressing the blue structure. So this, from the setback perspective, we are not changing the setback from the original. I would like to call out some dimensions. The property line to the beginning of the addition, that's 46 feet 6 inches. The property line to this portion of the addition, which is 59 feet 3 inches. I'd like to describe how we intend to connect the historic property from the new with the new construction. We are using a textbook example of additions on historic structures via a hyphen. This is recognized in the Secretary of Interior's guidelines, constructing an addition so that there is the least possible loss of historic materials and so that the character-defining features are not obscured, damaged, or destroyed. Locating the attached exterior addition at the rear or on an inconspicuous side of a historic building. Designing new additions in a manner that makes clear what is historic and what is new. We are not attempting to copy the existing historic structure. We are celebrating it in certain instances, but we want to make it very clear to the viewer what is historic and what is new. It should always be clearly, in either case, the addition should be clearly differentiated from the historic building. This floor plan shows how the hyphen will work. This is the historic structure. Here is our hyphen. This is our new construction. To give some context with some dimensions, this is approximately 8 feet 8 inches. This space is 8 feet 6 inches. This is 12 feet. The hyphen itself is just under 3 feet, 2 feet 11 inches. This recess is 15 feet and 7 and change inches. You'll notice that this house includes 2 terraces. It includes one here at the ground level, and there's another rooftop terrace that we are proposing. Here's our demolition plan. Oh, thank you. So this is facing the house. So back to our site plan. We're looking up from Bristol Avenue here. Our demolition plan retains the 3 walls, the 3 public-facing walls. Again, this is a rehabilitation, and we're removing the ice porch and the sleeping porch. That's necessary to go back. The 3 walls seen from the public will remain. I'm going to now move to the south elevation. Thank you. So this is the house as it would present from Bristol Avenue. Now keep in mind this addition on the back is going to be a good bit from the property line. I called those dimensions out earlier in the presentation. So this, in context, looking at it from street level, this is going to look a little bit different. This is a common solution to an addition towards the back of the property that's seen in our neighborhood. Here are some examples. You can see this home has an addition on the back. You can see this addition behind it as well as to the side. You can see this addition has the new construction towards the back. Looking at our site plan, we're looking at the west elevation of the property. Here's our historic structure. I do want to call out that the current windows on the home are 6/1. As you proceed through the home, you see the hyphen. These are fixed panes of glass. Again, textbook implementation of a hyphen to clearly distinguish the old and the new. This is the new primary structure. We have 3 windows on the second floor. We have 2 windows on the first floor. This door is recessed. This side door into the home is recessed. Notice that there's a bit of an elevation here. This house flows from a grade perspective with the historic home. However, as we proceed to the north side of the property, the west elevation is at grade. We have this attached garage. And a very interesting element of this house is the rooftop terrace. Lots of consideration went into this, and it was one of those things where we were inspired by the vision and kept thinking about ways to do it and appropriate ways to do it. And when our architect presented this, it was immediate that that works. It was a great solution, and we love the design of how the rooftop terrace operates. It works in the roofing structure. It's accessible from the second floor. There's a stairwell that goes up to the rooftop terrace. There's some living space, and you can see the overhang of the metal roof. Here is some additional detail on the stairs. We're proposing a metal staircase that goes from the second floor up to the rooftop terrace. We wanted something simple. We wanted something that wasn't too bulky. We wanted something that looked sharp in this instance. And we also wanted something that was going to be sturdy and safe. Safe for us, safe for our kids, safe for our parents, safe for our visitors that visit the rooftop terrace. Note also that this is recessed. You can see here that these are different planes. We have this west elevation of the home, and then we have this garage elevation, I'll say, is inset compared to the primary structure. You'll also see some railing detail, simple, clean railing, something that's going to be solid and last and safe for use for a long time to come. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving to the north elevation. You can see the roof. We're proposing a metal roof. You can see the rooftop terrace, 2 windows, a door to the garage. You can also see some elements from the back of the historic home from the roof. Moving towards the east elevation. You have the historic structure, which is remaining. You have the hyphen. This is a courtyard space, fixed panes of glass, an operable door. This is further recessed from this portion of the primary home. You see the roofs, the windows. You see the roof, you see the windows. You see the rooftop terrace. An important design element in a prior version of this was a flush plane based on comments from ARC staff, which we greatly appreciate. This has been recessed slightly to provide another plane. So you can see from this side the many different planes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with respect to a home that is, bigger than it is now, but still in line with the neighborhood. I do want to call something out with respect to the size of the home. I noticed on one of the reports it showed the square footage as 3,200. Just to break down the square footage, the historic structure will be approximately 670 square feet. The new construction will be approximately 2,000 square feet, and the garage will be approximately 500 square feet. I'd like to show some hidden elevations. This is the south elevation, looking from Bristol Avenue into the home. You can see the new construction, as well as the north elevation. This is a floor plan that we've shown that provides some additional information on the hyphen. We already went through that. And I'd like to walk us through some architectural details. This is the roof that we're proposing, a standing seam metal roof. When I purchased the home in 2000, it had an asphalt shingle roof. At the time, we evaluated what was the appropriate and best roofing material that we could put on. We put on a 5V crimp roof, which has functioned well. That was difficult to obtain at the time, but I'm glad we did. In discussions with our design team and our builder, we again said, what is something that's going to last? What is the best roofing technology that we could implement? And we were recommended a standing seam solution. We're proposing a pretty modest reveal on the seams, as modest as we can obtain in the scope of this project. Here's some additional information on the roof. Here's an example of another home in Hyde Park with a similar roofing system. We're proposing fiber cement, smooth, windows, a very solid Sierra Pacific, good quality window, 1/1 window. Here's some examples. Now this sample shows 4/1. What we're proposing will be 1/1. Here's some examples where a historic structure has had a different window solution than the addition, also in the district. For our hyphen, our fixed pane glass, here's the spec sheet, very simple panes of glass. For the side door, this is what we are proposing. The exterior side door from the courtyard, this is the spec sheet, very simple door to enter the house from the courtyard. Excuse me. This is the side of the house. That's the exterior door. These working doors go from the courtyard to the home. This is an example of the stairway that we are considering. This is not in the district. This is on Anna Maria Island, but we liked how it presented. It's clean, it's smooth, it's sturdy, and that's what we're targeting. We did notice other instances of metal staircases in Hyde Park. We've got 3 examples here. Rooftop terraces, I have 3 examples. This one is just down the street from the home. We're proposing to use some metal work on the railing in the rooftop terrace. This was an example that we thought was well implemented. This is not in the Hyde Park Historic District. This is in Ybor City. You can see some of the roofing detail. Some of our fixtures, exterior lighting, exterior door hardware. Garage, simple, solid garage door. This one does have a bit more of a design. We liked this manufacturer. They have some different options. We are trending towards this design 12, which has a little bit of detail with respect to the handles in the different panes. I'm going to go back to the site plan and show the mechanicals are back here. We do anticipate landscaping this space, including potentially around the mechanicals towards the back. This is a wall section. Let me start with this wall. This is a wall section. This is a standing seam metal roof, very basic wood fascia and soffit. We're proposing masonry construction with fiber cement lap siding. This goes into a window, a 1/1 window, a sill, back into concrete construction with lap siding, another window, a basic sill, concrete with fiber cement, a small bit of masonry towards the bottom. Here we have our wall section for the rooftop terrace, standing seam metal roof. We anticipate exposing the rafters on the terrace. This will be a masonry post with some cladding, perhaps fiber cement or wood. We see our railing terminating down into concrete block with siding. You'll notice some of the details on the new construction are simpler than the historic structure. The historic structure has larger rafters. We intentionally are not proposing large rafters on the addition. The historic structure has 6/1 windows. We intentionally are using 1/1 windows. When you look at this home, we want you to clearly be able to tell whether you're an architect or an architectural historian or come from a different background, what is clearly old and what is clearly new. Now, we do reference the old, but we subordinate it architecturally in the new structure. So you'll see details such as the border at the bottom. We are not proposing brick, again, not trying to copy the historic structure, but making a reference to it without trying to copy it. The home is a jewel. It's a beautiful home, and we do not want to take away from its simple style and elegance. This structure is intended to be a simpler and subordinate architecturally implementation. This is a very important home for our family. We want to respect the historic property and also create an addition which allows the home to be viable for our current family for today and many years to come. We greatly appreciate the many contributions to this project and think the design draws the right balance of celebrating the historic structure as well as celebrating the architecture of today. And I don't know when may be an appropriate time to ask for a 5-minute break, but being that I think I have a few more minutes here, would now be an appropriate.
So what we'll do is we'll finish this case and then we can have a break afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
At this point, staff will now present the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservations. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines and the PD that was approved in 2015. Moving to the Secretary of Interior Standards is a publication that we use. If we could go to the overhead for a minute. I believe everybody's familiar with this document. Going to new construction and additions, starting on page 90 and then moving into 91. What is recommended is constructing a new addition so that there is the least possible loss of historic materials and that the character defining features are not obscured, damaged, or destroyed. Locating the addition on the exterior or the rear and an inconspicuous side of the historic building. And also what's recommended is designing new additions in a manner that makes it clear what's historic and what is new. In the reference that he provided tonight with the hyphen, on page 91 is where I was reading from the three paragraphs here, and then moving to the bottom is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards with the connector, so the intrusion to the rear of the historic structure is minimal. The connector bites into that rear and then is separated with the addition that is consistent with the PD as well. Staff had some conditions that are attached on page 4 of your staff report. Tonight it was discussed that to re-roof the contributing structure to be consistent with the standing seam that is also addressed in tonight's presentation. Staff feels that the contributing bungalow should retain its period appropriate 5V crimp roof and not the standing seam roof that is introduced in the new construction, which is appropriate for new construction, but not on the smaller bungalow style home. To revisit some of the design elements, the vocabulary in the balustrade going from the second to the third story, the rooftop. The materials are inconsistent with the bungalow style. To provide additional overhangs and awnings over the pedestrian entrances. And to call out the materials on the foundation. The agent discussed the different vocabulary and materials, but I don't believe he discussed the exterior material there. So on the original home, there's a brick treatment that is the foundation enclosure, and as you move to the addition, to define what that material is. And I'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open the public hearing to any public comment, if anyone would like to speak. All right, seeing and hearing none, the commissioners will now ask questions.
I would like to open with a number of questions respecting the addition and the fit or the fitness with its relationship to the original building. I understand your point of differentiation. There's still a good number of similarities between the two, which I would find where if there were significant deviations between one and the other, would be relatively jarring. So follow with me just a couple different items. You're proposing wood clapboard siding of one form or another for your addition. Are you expecting to have the same exposure and shadow line depth as your original building? Is that are you intending to make a suitable match in that respect?
You can answer, yes.
Yes. I mean, we are going to use fiber cement. The original wood is novelty wood at this point. We are not going to attempt to match those dimensions. We are going to use, a basic, clean fiber cement, the smooth type, which I expect will be different and noticeably different from the original historic structure.
I understand that point. But if the original structure has, let's say, a 5-inch exposure, will your addition have a 5-inch exposure?
Not necessarily.
There are certain elements of trim on the existing building, particularly, I believe that the photographs are correct, that building corners and especially around windows and doors. Are you going to be replicating those same details in some form to your doors and windows?
We are going to replicate them to the extent we can. Obviously, this house was built in 1926. So, there are going to be, some deviations from that, but we are going to try to honor that design as best we can.
Okay. And the last item is, and that was noted, the existing building has a, if you will, a brick finished foundation crawl space, sort of a situation at the ground plane. Can you explain to us how you plan on finishing your dwelling's addition with respect to that level at the ground plane itself? What finish are we looking at there? Because the drawings clearly identify a break between what is a clapboard and what?
This is going to be a masonry finish on the bottom.
Excuse me?
It's going to be masonry finished with stucco.
Okay, so it's going to be a plain stucco painted finish.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Boyd, do you have any questions?
Do you plan, okay, now I see. What material will you be using at the trim, at your plane changes? Will you be matching that to the existing house?
Correct. Yes.
I don't have any questions at this moment.
Did you find any exterior stairway inspirations that were located in the Hyde Park Historic District?
We found, yes. I showed pictures of those. I can show them again. So these are metal stairwells in Hyde Park.
In Hyde Park, okay.
This building is on the corner of Swan and Delaware. And so these stairs are no, public facing. Now,
Are those on a commercial building or residential? Do you happen to know? I'm just
I don't know.
curious.
I believe that these may be offices. I don't know that the guidelines are
Oh, no.
different.
Yeah.
Now, our implementation that we are seeking is a little bit different.
Mhm.
This is not in the historic district. This isn't on Anna Maria Island, but this is, what we're shooting for.
Okay, thank you.
And the difference being that the finish will be white, or that you have different sort of dimensions in elevation?
The colors we're still working through. These stairs, are great. This shows a stairway up to a rooftop deck, which is, a bit more concise, a bit more subtle, and a bit more going with the kind of the sharp finish that we're looking for.
For the stair, do you plan to attach it to the masonry wall and everything's going to be supported on those? Oh, let me ask my question differently. In the image that you're showing here, you see that almost that angled structural member that comes back from the landing to the house. Do you know at this point if there's going to be anything similar to that for that stair back to the house, or is everything going to be attached sort of through what we're seeing on the elevations?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll work with our builder on that. Our intention is to make it as clean as possible.
Okay.
Also, can we look at the north elevation?
Sure. So this is the south. This is the north.
I guess what was and this actually goes for some of the other elevations too, but particularly this one. I understand that it has parking, correct? That's the garage.
This is the
Yeah.
garage, correct?
So, but what was your kind of inspiration for your window patterns on basically all of the elevations?
So, as windows, obviously you need to consider the floor plan and the exterior. So it's a balance of those. These are windows out of 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and then can we go to the other elevations
Excuse
as
me.
well?
This is 1 bedroom and this is a bath.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, so can we move to the other elevations to the west and east? Yes.
So this is the east.
Yes. So, so we're looking at I guess, how did you determine the window pattern on the last half of the building? On the back half, yeah. Like those two portions. I get that you pushed one back, which will definitely help drastically, but what was your thought historically on the window pattern?
So, again, this is part of the new construction.
Yes, sir.
This down here is the garage. And so, we, in our floor plan, we wanted some windows in our second floor. This is going to be a bit lower than this second floor because this sits on grade due to the garage. So you'll see some windows that are appropriate for the layout of the home.
It just appears, I guess, that it's more driven by the interior floor plan than necessarily influenced by any historic precedents in the neighborhood.
Well, I mean, look at these windows, taking inspiration from the historic structure. Look at this smaller window, taking inspiration from the historic structure. We certainly don't want to copy them. The way they're drawn here, I'm hopeful that they will be clearly differentiated. We do not want to copy this house or any of the other craftsman colonial revival homes in the district. So
Yeah.
the fact that these are a little bit distinct, I think is appropriate, in this situation.
Okay.
And, I guess just to comment a touch more on that, this is a late period craftsman home that towards the end has some colonial revival influences. This home, as you can see, is sharp and simple and classy. And that's what we're going for. We want a nice, clean, simple addition that celebrates some of the elements of this home but does not intend to copy them. And that's why, for example, the windows we're doing 1/1. The foundation towards the bottom, we're doing masonry instead of wood. That's why we're not attempting to repeat any of this roof overhang, but instead going with a very simple roof overhang. This was appropriate and well implemented for its day, and what we're attempting to do is implement modern architecture appropriate to be an addition to this home, but also celebrates the architecture of today, which from, as I've grown to appreciate with the hyphen and with the elements that we are including, and maybe perhaps more importantly, the elements that we are not including, brings this project into focus. If I've got a moment, we had a bit more modern vision of this home when we started. And we took some counsel from our design team, from ARC staff, and what you have is a direction that takes it more towards the craftsman colonial revival style 1920s home. I do want to be careful that we don't take it too far, and I think that this design draws a good balance between those two.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Will you be replacing the roof on the existing structure?
So that was one of staff's comments. Again, this roof is circa 2000 when I bought the house and I removed the asphalt shingle roof. I guess I could restore it to the asphalt shingle roof. That line of logic doesn't make a lot of sense. I want to put on the best roof that I can. My builder tells me that's a standing seam roof that will outlive me. Ideally would not have two separate roofing materials, and therefore would re-roof the entire house at once. If that's a major consideration for the commissioners, we certainly will explore that. I think ARC staff has recommended that we retain this roof and pursue the standing seam on the addition. If the commissioners feel strongly about that, that's certainly something that we would entertain as a condition to this project.
Will you be providing awnings over the pedestrian entrances?
So thank you for asking that question, because of the three things that I had on my list, that was the one that I had not covered. So let me go to the west elevation. So there's two doors on this west elevation, okay? This is recessed. This door is recessed.
So it's covered.
This is covered. You know, I do think that there's perhaps an opportunity for some sort of very simple awning structure, you know, over this second floor door.
The soffit on the new structure, will that match the existing soffits?
It will not. It will be smaller and much simpler. And that's intentional, again.
And you're not providing any rafter tails on the new?
Correct. And that's, you know, with this, that's an intentional design decision to keep the addition architecturally subordinate to the original historic structure.
Are you replacing the windows on the existing structure?
You know, I've spent a lot of time with those windows in 2000. I hope they're good to go. I mean, I guess we'll see what my builder says, but we're intending to maintain this and rehabilitate this project, this structure, to the best of our ability.
So will there still be a 6/1 window on the existing structure?
On the existing structure, I think, yes, I can't see us moving away from that. I just can't see us moving away from that type of structure.
I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
I think it's interesting that you commented your original approach was to go more of a modern approach to this house because, typically a modern approach is very simple, clean, few elements. And I can see that's where I think you are trying to bridge the gap between a modern, very clean cut building versus what's existing. And you can see some of those elements with the large, sort of the height and the all glass walls. So in that sense, I understand. I think there's some pieces where, again, going back, I'm again struggling with the idea that by no means do you need to copy an existing building. That is not what the intention is for. That's not what the guidelines state. That's not what the Secretary of the Interior state. And that's not what I would prefer you to do. But there is a lot of detail and characteristics in this existing building that I think could still be pulled into the new addition. That is not going to be a drastic difference. And I understand that the guidelines and what we use to kind of reference state that it should be different. But I think there's a point to where, and the way I interpret that is, it's not to match exactly. So there are things that can be different. For example, instead of a wood siding, you could use a hardy board material because it's something newer. If it is a solid wood window, you could use a wood clad aluminum window, something that still appears similar but is not exactly the same. I think when you start looking into the roof, the soffit details, the foundation, some of those on their own would make sense. When you start having multiple things that are different, it really starts to stand out as here's the original one and it's drastically different of what the new one is. So for me, that's a bit concerning. For the additional other commissioners, that might not be a concern. So I wanted to ask the other commissioners how they felt on that, I guess. Or is that during the discussion?
That's during the discussion.
Okay.
Remind us again then.
does feel a little bit like the hyphen was used to like depart into almost a separate house. Like the roof lines from the front elevation don't give any sort of ode to the existing structure. I think the brick foundation enclosure is something that should be considered.
Yeah, and I think you used the hyphen very nicely, so I want to commend you on that point.
Yes, I agree.
I think that separation, because, you know, one of the things that we do look at is if this part was ever to be removed, that is a very nice clean cut of how you could remove that and leave that existing house as is. I don't think, again, you have to take every single element. You don't have to look at the brick. You don't have to look at all the knee brackets. You don't need the exposed rafters, everything pulled over. But I think there are some of those details that get pulled over, you know, maybe one or two of those that help tie it together, but at the same time, you can clearly tell that they're different.
Just create like cohesion.
Yep, you know, I'm curious of what does that stair look like? So if it is self-supporting stair that's attached to that CMU wall, how does that play in on, if anything, on the interior? Most of the examples that you showed us do have, you know, columns that are coming down because it's over the garage. Obviously, that's not a case. So do you start having angled brackets that support that, which start breaking up some of those elevations? The window placements, I think as long as it's kind of understood and clear that if those 6/1 windows are the existing windows, which it sounds like it is from the previous kind of conversations that you've had where those were rehabilitated to match, I think those 6/1 windows need to remain. The drawings that we're showing here look like it's 1/1, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
agreed. That is a drawing issue that I should have caught.
Oh, no worries. Yeah. So, you know, that would be one thing we'd want to make sure it is. You know, just, I think there's that very fine line of matching versus completely different. And because we are in that historic district, it's kind of how do we pay tribute to that structure without completely kind of pushing it aside either one way or the other. And I would just like to see some of those details pulled in, but by no means you don't need all details, and you don't need to match it, you know, one-to-one. Any other additional comments or questions from the commissioners?
No.
Okay. At this point, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate those comments. I want to just stress the importance of differentiating this building. Where we started, there were more differences, and we've come closer to the historic structure. I'm very concerned that we are going to go outside of our standards if we attempt to copy it too much. We learned at the beginning of this meeting that we focus on the Secretary of Interior guidelines and the Hyde Park design guidelines. Page 156 of the Secretary of Interior guidelines. Constructing a new addition so that there is the least possible loss of historic materials and so that character-defining features are not obstructed, damaged, or destroyed, or retaining 3 of the original walls. We're not touching those at all. Incorporating a simple recessed small-scale hyphen or connection to physically and visually separate the addition from the historic building. Page 156. That's where this is a textbook addition. That is expensive real estate. It's an expensive solution, but it's the right solution, and that's what we're doing to clearly differentiate the old from the new. Page 162, designing new construction on a historic site or in a historic setting that is compatible but differentiated from the historic building or buildings. We do not want to copy, not our intent to copy. We do not want to take too many elements from the original historic structure and attempt to copy them in the new structure. We have given reference to them where we think is appropriate, but I have some concern that attempting to add too many details makes it look like a poorly implemented imitation as opposed to an addition that stands on its own. Shifting to the Hyde Park design guidelines. Alterations and additions may be of compatible contemporary design and should be carried out in such a manner that any future decision to remove them would not impair the integrity of the property. The way that we're going behind this home helps to facilitate that. Hyde Park design guideline number 9. Contemporary design for alterations and additions to existing properties shall not be discouraged. Shall not be discouraged. When such alterations and additions do not destroy significant architectural or cultural material, and such design is compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the property. We are not copying. We have made a lot of effort to not copy the historic structure. Now, I greatly appreciate all the comments that I've heard this evening, and I think a lot of them are things that will help us produce a better building. But we have standards that we're following here tonight. We have the Secretary of Interior standards. We have the Hyde Park design guidelines. We have consulted our experts, okay? We believe that this is an appropriate balance between the two. If there, and I think that you'll find there's a lot of things that we have considered with respect to the awnings we talked about. We've talked about a lot of things with staff with respect to recessing the garage and doing some other things to draw out some things. So I want to honor the design that our team has come up with, and I'm certainly willing to make the modifications that we need to bring it in line with the standards and regulations. But I think we've done a good bit of work to get to that point. So those are my comments. I really appreciate everyone's time and everyone's comments. With respect to ARC, the staff's comments, we addressed awnings, we addressed stairs, and we addressed the masonry towards the bottom. I just want to hit on this one more time. We are not proposing brick. This is brick from the 1920s. We want it to be clear. Now, we're not going to continue the siding all the way down. We are going to reference this design element in masonry, not in brick. So I think it's the right balance. I think it's the right balance of what we're trying to do. There's definitely areas that we can improve on, and there's definitely things that we can do to refine the design, and we certainly are welcome to considering conditions or other things that the commissioners may have, that ARC staff may have, or that our design team may have. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. At this point, we will close the public hearing, and now the commissioners will discuss the case.
Let me begin, please, sir. I see this addition appropriately mimicking and not slavishly duplicating the details of the existing dwelling. And I think that's an appropriate direction here, particularly when we have this addition utilizing some basic craftsman techniques and elements, partly related to the existing building. We've got the clapboards, we've got the trim. We've got appropriately scaled windows, whether you like the exact placement's another matter, but it follows through with the scale of the existing building. We have the metal roofing, both rib, two different styles, of course. But the thing that strikes me most of all is just because of the scale of this addition, I honestly don't think that a full-blown copy of the existing details of the original dwelling would be terribly successful. It'd almost be like it'd be a big miss. Letting this addition have its own character but share some of the same elements as the original contributing structure, I think is the appropriate direction if this addition is permitted to go forward. My only comment.
Thank you.
I think my fellow commissioners said it correctly. We're not in the business to be matchy-matchy. We don't want that. And that would look terrible on this addition if you went all the matching. But I do have fundamental issues with just the amount and size of the windows. Also, the garage door, I like the detail on the garage door. I think it could benefit potentially from a window at the top. And I guess the metal stairs are a bit concerning in the sense that you did show some examples in the historic district, but we don't actually know what it's going to look like at the end. I mean, you gave us the example, the other example you're trying to strive for, but not like enough detail, I feel like. And I mean, I definitely think you can tell that you put a lot of effort into this project, and I commend you for that. But I am a little concerned about all of those details.
I agree. I agree with both of my commissioners. I think that we've referenced standards many times tonight, and we all agree that we're not trying to duplicate your existing 700 square foot cottage on your new addition. However, the standards also state that using the same forms, materials, scale, it's important, doesn't duplicate but distinguishes, meaning that there is an ode to the past. We talked in the beginning about the details of your existing windows, the window screens, the awnings, overhangs and outriggers, soffits, all of the details that are in your existing cottage. None of those are brought to the new home. So nobody's suggesting that we bring all of those components over to your new home. You're scaling up your siding to match the scale of your house, and I think that's appropriate. I don't think we should match the siding on your new house. But I do agree that the ode to the old might be a little weak, in my opinion. But I think that you're headed down a very beautiful path. Specifications like the stairs and railings need to be ironed out. They don't need to be ironed out today. I think that that's a staff thing, but maybe there are some additional details that can be carried over.
I think fundamentally, the direction this project is going is great. I think you almost have, the way you've kind of designed this, is this little jewel that sits in the front, and then everything else is pulled back. You're trying to touch it with the least amount of new construction as possible, to where theoretically, in the future, you could kind of almost come through, cut that back half off, and then have that same house that you have now. So part of me completely agrees with Commissioner Sutton, is I believe that what you are doing in the direction you're going, I think respects that fundamentally perfectly. Like I've mentioned, I don't think you need to copy it by any means. I don't think you need to pull in the knee brackets. I don't think you need to pull in any of the venting details. And I think I might be going a little bit different now. I think the direction that you're heading, I can see the way you've made your presentation and some of those details that you have. One of the things that we look at is maintaining quality within the district. I think this house is going to have that. Seeing what you did to the original house in 2000s when you bought it, and then how you've changed it, it clearly seems like that quality and that portion of that house is important. And I would think and hope that that doesn't just change now that you do your addition. I don't think it will. And a lot of the things that we've kind of talked about, for me personally, the covers over the doors, making sure that the existing windows remain 6-to-1. Some of those, the masonry post and railing things, as you kind of start to get through some of that construction details, I think some of them could be worked out with staff. I don't think they all need to come back to us and confirm. Foundation, not matching the existing house, I think is fine. I would just like to see personally, if it's for us again, or for staff, either one, that some of the details that are in some of the care that was taken into that main house get pulled back in to the new addition. So thinking back of how you said, you spent the time restoring those 6/1 windows, what kind of attention to detail gets pulled from that into the main house and the new addition? So I know from sort of the listening, I think it's moving in the right direction, and I think the majority of the stuff besides maybe the stair, a lot of it, staff could be comfortable with. But are there any other additional comments or questions?
No.
No.
Okay. Would a commissioner like to make a motion? And then if any conditions are made in with the motion, I'll make sure to ask you for record if you're comfortable or not.
I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 20-287 for the property located at 1905 West Bristol Avenue, Lot 9, with the following conditions: that the mechanical equipment is screened, that the 6/1 windows are maintained on the existing structure, that the existing structure maintains a period-appropriate roofing material, that the stair and railing specification is approved by staff, as well as the masonry post and railings are brought to staff. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines for the city of Tampa for the following reasons: that the massing, setback, trim details, and the quality of the district will be maintained.
And then, as the conditions were stated, do you understand and do you approve them?
Well, first, while they're having that discussion, is there a second to the motion?
Oh,
Second.
sorry. Thank you.
We do accept this. We do accept this.
I think the microphone turned off again. Sorry.
We do accept those
Okay,
conditions.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Thank you.
At this time, do you want to take that 5-minute recess?
Yes. And we'll take a quick 5-minute recess. Thank you.
you. That was like ages ago. I don't remember that. Aw, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that helps.
Are they ready? Yeah.
Our next case will be ARC 20-288.
That was for the address of 1903 West Bristol, Lot B, as indicated on the staff report. Currently, there's a vacant parcel there. It is part of the overall PD. This is for new construction for a single-family residence with site improvements. The site issues have been resolved through the PD. If you look at the PD, as I indicated with the previous cases, now we are looking at this parcel here. And this is indicated as Lot B. So there is a primary non-contributing structure to the front of this that is not associated with the PD. As you go into the parcel to the north, it encompasses this rectangle here. It's just off the alley. As I mentioned earlier, it runs north and south. Going back to Sanborn, so everybody gets their bearings again. This is from 1929. Bristol Avenue is a primary street that faces to the south. This is the alley, is the vehicular access into this new parcel that was created. And this does abut the crosstown and is behind a non-contributing structure. Once again, this is the vicinity map. A point of reference is Hyde Park Village. This property is to the west of Hyde Park Village and abuts the crosstown. As indicated by the aerial, once again, Bristol to the south, the alley, and then the property in question, and obviously the crosstown. As you go down the alley, this is the non-contributing structure that was referenced a couple times this evening. This is of the Mediterranean style. Looking down the alley, that's to the east. That will be improved as part of the PD process. This is on the developer's budget as this improvement. As you go down the alley, getting about halfway, property in question is back here. This is the crosstown in the background. Just looking from the back of the site back to the non-contributing, a portion of this new development will face this accessory structure. And then looking internally from the subject site, that new parcel that was created to the north, to the crosstown. At this time, Mr. Acosta will take over.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joel Acosta, and I am an attorney at law and serving in this case as agent for my parents, Del and Irene Acosta, the property owners, who are here with us this evening. I'd like to take a moment to restate for the record some of our family's history with respect to this property. My parents bought the property in 1997 and have lived there since such time. They built a new home at 1903 West Bristol Avenue, and it is a fine example of Mediterranean Revival architecture. We own 3 homes in the area. My parents own 1903 West Bristol. My wife and I are the property owners of these 2 adjoining parcels, and my parents own this parcel as well. We have worked with various advisors in the development of this design, including our architect, Ken Garcia, my parents, Irene and Della Costa, who are extremely experienced in the area of architectural preservation. My dad, Della Costa, has had a long and storied career working in historic preservation, and particularly in Hyde Park, including authoring this book, Images of America, Tampa's Hyde Park. There's nobody that knows and understands and appreciates the district more than my dad. I'd also like to thank our builder, David Farrell, our civil engineers, Matt Campo and Jesse Blackstock, and the lawyers who have assisted us with the local government and other aspects of this project, David Smith and Julia Mandel. I'd also like to thank ARC staff for their many contributions to this project. Looking at the aerial, what you'll find is that this abuts the Crosstown Expressway. You cannot properly evaluate this site without appreciating the impact of the crosstown. You can see on this aerial how the Crosstown Expressway is immediately to the north. This parcel was part of a PD that was approved and last amended in 2015. Here's the PD, and here is the subject parcel. In what I'm reading is pink. On the monitor, it appears more red. Our architectural site plan must comply with the PD, and we have a letter here from zoning confirming that the architectural site plan is consistent with the PD. As we've discussed previously this evening, the first 5 design criteria have already been established with respect to this property pursuant to the PD. We are left tonight to evaluate the remaining design criteria. This is the architectural site plan. We are dealing with Lot B. We can see the north, we can see the east, south, and west. You can see the impact of the Crosstown Expressway. Pursuant to the PD, there will be a masonry wall built along the crosstown. Notice that the front of this house will be accessed from this public alley. So the resident will go north on the public alley and enter the home this way. There's a garage here and there's a front door here. You will see there's a sidewalk accessing the property. I've pointed out the Crosstown Expressway. I've pointed out the alley. This is Bristol Avenue. The inspiration of this home is Mediterranean Revival. Not just Mediterranean Revival, but the Spanish Eclectic subdivision. So, in the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, the Mediterranean Revival style is specifically called out. It's specifically recognized as an appropriate architectural style in the historic district. The Mediterranean Revival style is further defined in the Field Guide for American Homes. This tattered copy, owned by my parents. If you look on page 417, you will see a discussion of Spanish eclectic homes. Give me a moment. I don't want to lose pages. Identifying features include low pitch roof, usually with little or no eave overhang, red tile roof covering, typically with one or more prominent arches placed above door or window or beneath porch roof. Wall surface is usually stucco, facade normally asymmetrical. Now, obviously eclectic means there's differences in these, but some of the things that we're looking for are a minimal roof overhang, an asymmetrical facade, stucco, a low-pitched hip roof, ironwork, an enclosed courtyard, and barrel tile. I point to some of the elements that you'll see in the home, including barrel tile, including ironwork. You will notice in some of these examples that you do not need extensive use of these materials. A little goes a long way. This is a small house on a perhaps marginal piece of real estate that is going to be next to the crosstown. It should be simple, it should be concise, it should not be overly ornamentated. You will see this example. You will see that in this reading there are no arches. There is very little ironwork. In this case, there are 2 parcels of ironwork on a much larger home. You will see there are few windows. You will see the asymmetrical facade. You will see these 2 windows, which I cannot determine if those are true windows or blind windows, but perhaps blind. You will see in this rendering similar attributes. You will see hidden by this shrub a bit of an arch, but that is the only calling out. You will see different planes. You will see windows. You will see square windows. You will see a barrel tile roof. Not only is this style recognized in the district, and not only is it defined further in the field guide, it's also included in the neighborhood. You will see some examples here of a Mediterranean revival home. Notice the hip roof. Notice the windows. Notice here the hip roof. With respect to archways, while present in many Mediterranean revival Spanish eclectic homes, not always. Here are 1, 2, 3, 4 examples in Hyde Park, which include what we refer to as 90-degree entry homes. Notice the 90-degree arches. Notice the 1/1 windows. Notice the stucco construction. We're using the Mediterranean revival Spanish eclectic style as a guide. We are not attempting to copy things that have been done in the past. This is a home built in 2020, perhaps 2021. And we are looking to have modern architecture and not to merely copy some of the examples of the past, but to draw inspiration from them. This is intended to be a more simplistic, modern design than than a home that perhaps was built in the earliest 19th century. I'd like to take a moment to go back to the site plan on a page that I did not cover. This is the view looking out on the crosstown. This was taken at 10:30 at night, correct? 10:30 at night, this is the view. You can see the lights. This was taken during the day, and you can see the access to the crosstown. There will be a masonry wall which will provide some buffer, but buffer is an important part of this project. I'm going to now move into the elevations, starting with the east elevation. I'd like to represent the site plan, the east elevation, looking into the structure. This will be the facade. Notice the barrel tile roof. As we read down, we have a barrel tile roof. We have stucco painted. Specifically, it reads smooth stucco, finish painted. We have a window, high-quality wood-clad type window. We have an awning here over this door. The text reads asphalt shingle. Note that the intent is barrel tile. We have a simple front door that enters the property. Over the garage, we have a window. We have a basic garage door, basic, solid, simple. Again, access from the alley. Note also the residence here. We're trying to buffer this as much as possible going into this home. Notice the detail work. Notice the wall sconce. Notice the wall sconce. Notice the wall sconce. Notice here on the garage, we have a water table, which I will describe in greater detail later. It does not present well on this elevation, but right here there is a piece of ironwork that you will see more clearly from the south elevation. Okay? When you look at it dead on from this theoretical perspective, it doesn't show up, but it's a nice finished piece right here. The design does not call for extensive ironwork. My parents do not want excessive ornamentation. If you know them, if you know their personalities, it's simple and classy and timeless. And that's what we're looking for to achieve in this house. We will move next to the north elevation. So we're looking this way. I will note just briefly some elements of the site plan. There will be an easement here, and there will also be some other utilities to assist with drainage and transportation and other utilities. So this north elevation, we have a simple solution facing the Crosstown Expressway. We have a barrel tile roof. Look at these 3 windows, which are more narrow. Thank you to ARC staff for comments with respect to the sizing and orientation of these windows. Notice how they are not squares, they are rectangular, vertical, up and down, drawing some texture and space and interest to this elevation. Notice there's 3 indicating some asymmetry. Notice the first floor elevation we have, I'm pretty sure this is a false window here, although it's not called out. This accesses the garage. False windows, as we will see, are appropriate in Hyde Park. They have been used before. This is a concrete block CMU construction. Our builder has advised us that the best way that we can get relief and implement this structure with the blind windows and get context and texture is to have a 2-inch recess. A 2-inch recess on this stucco wall as opposed to simple scoring or other ornamentation. It's not going to be simple ornamentation. It's going to be good ornamentation that shows some texture. We have another window here, and we have a water table. Moving to the west, elevation, we're looking this way. We have 3 windows, wood-clad windows. Wood-clad windows. We have 2 blind windows down here on the first floor. Notice the asymmetry. Notice the simplicity of the design. Okay. Notice the orientation of this section in its close proximity to this property owner. Moving to the south elevation, we have called out the courtyard, and what my sheet reads as pink, yours may read as red. We're proposing grass and other ground cover landscaping within the courtyard to provide this resident some space and some privacy in a busy Hyde Park. You will see on this elevation some ironwork, not too much, just enough to make reference to the design. As I noted earlier, this will read not only from the south elevation, but also from the front elevation. Simple, classy, appropriate. You notice also this awning. You will see 2 windows on the second floor, 2 windows on the first floor, rectangular, 1 window on the second floor of the garage, rectangular. We have many architectural details that we would like to present. Here's an example of the barrel tile roof. This is an example of the property owner's current home. Notice the lush landscaping. I want to, again, reference the site. Landscaping is an important part of this site. Minor ornamentation will be included in this project. It will be included naturally in the design process. As we continue to work with staff, as we continue to work with builders, as my parents, who are as fine a designers as I know, continue to nurture the property and add appropriate, but not too much, ornamentation. Again, this is leaning towards a more simplistic, modern design with just enough appropriate references to the Mediterranean Revival Spanish eclectic style. This is their current home. It has some awnings. I pointed out the awning on the other elevation, on the south elevation, and on the east elevation. Here's the window. Here's the spec sheet. Here's the specific window. Although this sample comes in 4/1, this is, we are proposing a 1/1 window system. Appropriate, new construction, appropriate in this case. Here's an example of the front door. Simple, appropriate for the instance. Here's the spec sheet on the front door. Here is going to be the garage door on the north elevation. This is what will face the Crosstown Expressway. A very basic, solid, clean garage door that's going to be facing the alley. Ornamentation is important in a project like this. You don't want to do much. You don't want to ornamentate the project. You do want to have nice design elements. For example, look at the simple yet elegant wall sconces on the property owner's current structure. Look at the use of the mailbox. Look at the use of planters with nice landscaping. Look at the use of this beautiful bamboo that helps with context and texture throughout the project. Look at the shrubbery. Look at the grass. Look at how well this home reads. Here are door handles. Here are some examples of false windows used in Hyde Park. Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 false windows. You can see some context. You can see some shading, some contrast. You can see the simple sill, but how it breaks up the symmetry of this space. This is an example of the courtyard wall. I will tell you, I'm very familiar with the site where this was. There's this bit of ornamentation. This is a piece of ceramic that is affixed to the stucco. This is something that can be done, I don't know, it may be a touch premature to add this level of detail to the project at this point, but it's something that from experience the property owners are interested in implementing. It's something that will be addressed as we continue with the design. If it is something that the commissioners feel compelled to request staff to evaluate in the design process, we welcome that comment. Look at this beautiful picture of the courtyard. The courtyard in the subject property will be similar. with landscaping and other elements. An example of ironwork on stucco, simple ironwork, not a lot of excess ornamentation, but notice the care, notice the implementation, notice the landscaping. The water table is a nice feature of the home. You can see one example of it here. You can see another example of it here. Again, notice the landscaping. I have two wall sections. Barrel tile roof with a very simple soffit and eave. This dimension, just to call out how modest it is, I'm reading 1 foot 4 inches. A small, non-functioning window, CMU concrete block finished with stucco with a modest sill. Again, simple, classy, timeless. Concrete block painted with stucco into a false window. We are using concrete block construction. We are going to recess that 2 inches to show depth and texture. We could easily score it. There are simpler ways to do this. We're doing it right. Notice the simple sill, the concrete block with stucco, and the water table down to grade. On this wall section, we have barrel tile, simple fascia, simple soffit, 1/1 window, small sill, concrete block with stucco, and a door. I can appreciate a reviewer not familiar with the history of this property or the history of the homeowners, not seeing the vision. In this case, we can look to the property immediately south to see the quality and the care and the love that the property owners are caring for. This home was built in 1997. It would be a shame to copy this. It would be a shame to use the same awnings, the same archway, the same ornamentation. Here we are 22 years later, and we have a design that is inspired by the adjoining property, as well as the Mediterranean Revival style, and as well as the Spanish eclectic subtype. It is on an alley next to the Crosstown Expressway. It's an important project for us. It's a good project for the district. To have this perhaps marginal piece of land with a homeowner that has this level of quality on their mind and this design contemplated is a treasure to us all. And we should applaud Irene and Della Costa for taking this project on. This is what the face of the project will be. But notice on the site plan, there is almost nothing that is public facing. You would have to very intentionally travel to Bristol Avenue, up the alley, and look at this project. Nonetheless, it's high quality masonry block construction, barrel tile roofs, arches, blind windows made out of stucco, made out of concrete block with stucco finishes. A courtyard, not finished with a wooden fence, but with masonry. It's an interesting solution to a difficult parcel. We greatly appreciate the many contributions of this project and are looking to achieve a simple, high-quality home in line with the design guidelines that will show well and be a resource to the district for many years to come. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this point, staff will now present the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Velam, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. When we first started this project, we worked on with the owner to define the design style. Once the style was defined, to stay within that vocabulary as they move forward. Some of the earlier concerns that we had were the elevations had more punched openings. The current elevations this evening show more of a traditional rectangle window that's consistent with the style. All the windows and the blinds have sills under them to define the openings. Earlier iterations of this design had a shingle roof. Currently today, the barrel roof is introduced. And as we go down the wall section, all the items were addressed on page 3 and 4 of the staff report, with the final comment that I have that the final door selection, if this is approved, be delegated to staff. That concludes my analysis of the staff report.
Thank you. At this point, we will open the public hearing to any public comment. If anyone would like to speak. All right, seeing none, the commissioners will now ask questions. Would Commissioner like to begin?
I'll begin, be happy to. Sir, I'd like to congratulate you on a design you just presented here. It's perhaps the most balanced of your presentations for this evening. I'd like you to pull up your elevations. I have a few questions, please. Respecting that balance, I do know that you're moving in an area of less symmetry, particularly with respect to the collection of other buildings that you've presented tonight. But I do have a couple of elements here that I'd like to ask you about. First off, on your north side elevation, I note in your garage area you have this small square false window right there. Have you thought about, for the sake of balance, making that the same size as the window opposite the door?
That's certainly a condition that seems reasonable and something that, you know, the property owners are indicating to me that they're comfortable with that revision.
In a similar vein, on your rear elevation, which is your west elevation, you have two false panels on the ground floor. I like the arrangement where the one to the left is related to 3 little punch windows that are up on the second floor. Again, for the sake of balance, would you consider another small punch false window, false panel, over the other rectangular, not that one, yeah, right up in there, to give some balance again to that wall?
Thank you, and if those were proposed as conditions, I have the property owner's confirmation that those are acceptable.
And then I have another question. It's your entry alcove. 2 different elements I'd like to discuss. First of all, there's a window on the second floor above the entry door. Why is that proportionally much smaller than the other windows that are on the second floor? Is there a particular functional reason for that purpose?
This is a bathroom window.
Okay, perfectly fine. Now that answers the question. And just as a personal item, have you had an opportunity to take a look at your 2 major elements in your entrance, which is your eyebrow as well as your stoop? They seem to be minimally scaled to me for just the door opening, the door width in itself. Do you think that you might have a bigger bang out of those 2 elements if they extended more into the available space on that wall available to you?
It's certainly something we can explore, just at the risk of going a bit off tangent. There's been a lot of discussion around this element right here, including making this more of an awning type solution as opposed to this fixed barrel tile roof. This also would perhaps provide an opportunity for a bit of an arched type awning, if that's something that the design called for.
So basically, that whole articulation of that doorway, what is over it, the stoop that's under it, is still a little bit in flux at this point in time. There's going to be something there, but how big and how wide and how high is another matter at this point in time.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have a real quick question for staff on that. If we were to approve the plans as is with a tile roof awning over that front door, and then that was to change or adjust, that's not considered a major change or anything, correct?
I think part of the discussion tonight would lead me to approve something that was in the spirit of the discussion tonight.
Okay.
So I would put it into the motion, and that could be addressed administratively.
All right, thank you.
Also, keep in mind, there is a courtyard here, so there's, a little bit of additional detail here that doesn't show in this elevation.
Understood. Next.
Would the applicant consider adding a cover over the north side elevation pedestrian door?
So, some sort of awning type material?
Yes.
Yes, the property owners would be comfortable with that condition.
Good work. I don't have any additional questions. I do have a minor comment that is not hurting this presentation, but might be beneficial in future presentations. Oftentimes we receive or are presented loose, even landscape plans. And if that is a major consideration in a project, it's also often helpful for us to understand your vision. It's doing no harm to this presentation, but
Okay.
just a note.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment.
I have no questions.
I have one question and one comment, and if you've already showed this, I do apologize. The sill that's under the window, on your wall section or detail, what is that sill? Is it just formed concrete that's kind of sloped down? Okay.
Yeah, it's stucco, a very basic installation.
Okay. And then second item, and really you could probably go back. Okay. Maybe go back to the elevations that you had on. I apologize for making
Sure.
you flip all the way through.
No problem.
The rear elevation on the west, adding that second sort of smaller false window at the top. I understand my fellow commissioners' comments about balance. I think either way that could either stay or go, in my opinion. And then understanding that that's on the garage on the north side, similar is, again, it could be a small window or it could be a larger window, in my opinion. It's not that big of a deal. I do like the comment about the front door and kind of the stoop on that. So I think one of the image that you showed of the property owner's homes does have a really nice condition where it's the steps, and then on either side there's kind of a higher wall or location for planters to be placed on that. Yep. So in that photo you see right there, you have your steps, and then you kind of have those walls on the sides. I'm not saying that this is needed in here, but I do think that, as you said, that description of those kind of details getting brought in would be a really nice touch.
And to Commissioner Boyd's point, in having a little bit, more detail on the landscaping, just to brag on my dad a little bit, his training is in landscape architecture. He studied at the University of Florida with respect to landscape architecture. And, you know, this is something that we're happy to explore. You know, all this being said, if the element here is some landscaping, stoop or no stoop, he's going to find a way to implement that.
And then, let's see. Oh, one additional question. I'm assuming for the AC unit screening, it's going to be landscaping, since right now it is sitting on the north end of that.
Correct. Thank you for raising that. I know that that is something that the commissioners evaluate. This is where the location of the mechanicals, right? You know, the least intrusive spot next to, you know, basically the crosstown.
Okay. I have no additional questions. Any other comments or questions from fellow commissioners? All right. The applicant is allowed a 5-minute rebuttal.
You know, don't have a rebuttal. Just really appreciate your comments. You know, all those comments I think are very reasonable. You know, really appreciate the time and just want to again stress the importance that the quality of this project will be in its implementation. Simple, elegant, classy, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this point, we will close the public hearing, and the commissioners will now discuss the case. Anyone like to?
I can start.
Sure.
I still have concerns over the style in the sense that it looks so modern with just like a Mediterranean roof. And then also the solid garage door. I totally understand the motivation to have a solid garage door, but when someone comes up and approaches the home, and there's only one window on that wall too. So it's just wall and a window. So I'm kind of struggling with that a little bit.
Do you think that's something staff could look at, of the selection of the doors and the garage door?
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
I have the same feeling about the pedestrian door, like the very simple, like stock side door. We've seen it a couple times tonight. I have the same feeling about it. I have 100% confidence that staff can work that out. It's not even necessarily a make or break. It just almost feels like a stock door. But I don't really have strong feelings about it.
Excuse me. I have no comment. Thank you.
I think for me, I think the door that you're showing in the photos is the inspiration, if that's the direction that those doors are going, versus a sort of a single pane window type of door. I think that if that's the direction for me, I think that's comfortable. I think the items that staff mentioned in terms of the door to be delegated in that selection to staff, the AC unit screening, and then, you know, possibly looking at that garage door is kind of the open items that I think staff could handle, but open to discussions and an emotion from the commissioners.
I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 20-288 for the property located at 1903 West Bristol Avenue, Lot B, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent, with the following conditions: that the barrel tile be called out on the plans at the pedestrian cover, the courtyard materials are selected and approved by staff. Consideration is given to adding a north side blind window, perhaps modified to match the window opposite that door. Consideration is given to the west elevation blind or actual window over the right side door. The scale of the front door cover and entry is explored and approved by staff. That a cover is given over the side pedestrian door, that the mechanical equipment is screened, and that all doors specification and the garage door specification is approved by staff. Because
second.
based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines for the city of Tampa for the following reasons, that the alignment, materials, and the quality of the district will be maintained.
I second that motion.
And then that was a lot of conditions. Do you understand and are approve of all the conditions that were mentioned?
We do get a transcript or something to help us remember that, yes.
Yes.
Yes, but we were tracking, and the property owner is comfortable with all of those conditions.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Thank you.
All for your time.
Meeting is adjourned.